nuclear power plant, during which we will have two speakers. The first one is Mr. Jorge Luis Fernandez, who works for the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, who is the world-class specialist in safety.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much to organizers for inviting the International Atomic Energy Agency to this important event. I also thank you for the organization. It was very good, very excellent. So, my name is Jorge Luis Hernandez. I'm going to give you a short presentation, and I insist an overview of the design safety requirement for nuclear power plant design. Larger presentation will take more than half an hour, but let's try to do it. So, my message in this presentation will be safety first. But how do we achieve this? So let me try to achieve this in half an hour. So the international organization has 6 departments. 4 of them are the technical. We are in the Department of Nuclear Safety and Security in the Division of Nuclear Installation Safety. In that division, we have 5 sections. My section is the safety assessment, which is in charge of the support of member states for achieving a high level of safety. We have 3 objectives for that. One is to provide and prepare the draft of safety guide, which are at least 20 of them from 147 in total. So we have also support member state with the safety review services, which is something that can be demanded by the member state willing to improve or to compare their, the design they have against to safety standards, and also to provide technical support like a knowledge management or in capacity building. So, but what is nuclear safety? So nuclear safety first is to achieve a proper operating condition, prevention of accidents and mitigation of accident consequences. And that is just to provide support to avoid any harmful effects to the environmental and the public. So for nuclear power plant, that needs to consider all plant states. But nuclear safety is supported by several things. One of the concepts that I would like to one thing is robust design, which I'm not going to talk about that, but I'm going to talk about defense in depth. Another concept which is also related to that is the practical elimination. The other 4 topics here, I'm not going to talk about them, but also extremely important, which, safety assessment, safety culture, surveillance, and inspection. But for doing that, we use the safety standards. So the safety standards first in the IAEA is provided by the statute, where they allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to establish and to adopt these documents in consensus with all the member states. This is divided in the pyramid, which can be seen in the left-hand side or in the wheel that you can see here. So in the center of that, we have the fundamental safety principles, where these fundamental safety principles define which is the fundamental safety objective, which is the protection of the people and the environment against the harmful effects of high ionizing radiation. For that, we have 3 main topics. One is radiation exposure, which has to be prevented and controlled. So there is the dose and the alarm concept, you may know about it. Then we need to release or to restrict the radioactive material which is released. In that case, we restrain the likelihood of events that may appear or happen. And in case that happens, we have to deal with the mitigation of the consequence. For doing that, we have 10 safety principles. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but all of them are important. But for the design, there are 4 of them which are most important. So, but in order to go further on that in the safety standard, we have 14 requirements. The requirements are there are 7 which are the general safety requirements in which you could find the related to GSL Part 4, which is the safety assessment of facilities and activities, and the SSR 2/1, revision 1, which is the safety of nuclear power plant design, the one that we are going to talk today. So, but this part here in the wheel that you may see in the lower part, I don't know if it is, in the lower part here on the left, it is all related to the nuclear safety for the design. So, what is important here is to know that the safety principles define the general, and then we have the safety objective, which is what should be do, and then we have the safety guide, which is how the implementation of that. These safety guides, all of them, are made based on the consensus, and the problem is that we need to reach some, let's say, high level of on the best practice. So the safety guide on the, let me see, for the design was, the last one was published in 2016, but previous of that we were working on different documents before in order to reach this important document. So it reflects the state of the art, the reviews of the licensing practice in the majority of IAEA member states, and it's based in the large consensus. What it means is that in order to reach all the paragraphs there, they need to be an agreement between all member states that this is the practice that we are wanted to promote to other member states. So one other thing that is important also is that it is the main reference to perform design safety reviews. They also contribute to having a common understanding on the approach on safety, but also on the terminology, and it can be used for some member states as part of their regulations or integrated international regulation. It depends on how the country is doing. So one of the things I would like to highlight very quickly is the 5 aspects that were introduced in 2016 version regarding to 2012. First of all is the reinforcement of the application of defense index concept, and for that, what it was mainly putting forward was the independencies to be achieved between the levels 3 and 4. I'm going to talk about that later. Then the other point was stressing the need to have sufficient and adequate margin to avoid cliche defects. I suppose you know also about that. Then the other point was highlighted, that's come from the, maybe I will say highlighted by Fukushima, but even before with other accidents that happened in other nuclear power plants which affecting the whole site, was the multi-unit site consideration, which I need to consider in case that you have several hazards that have affected several units at the same time. And most of that when these units have some kind of chair systems or safety system for them. So the other point that was important in this version was the reinforcement of the capabilities to transfer heat to the ultimate heat sink. And for that, several, as we have seen previously in one of the presentations, I think it was from France, they provided what they call a hardened core or hardened facility in order to have a ultimate heat sink to all the sources of water. The last point was also highlighted in this. There was the need to have the implementation of design features in order to allow the deployment of non-permanent equipment. And for that, that means that the design, you can see in the picture here, they need to have some kind of provisions, and not only procedures, but the provisions in order to allow that can be done in a safely manner. So that means that there is no hazards for the operators in order to connect this equipment. The other point which is also important was the additional measures to be considered for the spent fuel pool, and that related to the instrumentation, cooling, and maintenance of the inventory. So going to the detail of the SSR2-1, here you have this document is about 82 requirements. In these requirements, the first part, so the section 1 and 2 are more general, so they provide what is the general principles about how there is the nuclear safety and the design. Then section 3 is more what we call technology neutral, while section 4 is more technology neutral inclusive, while in section 5 or 6, then we go to what we call technology inclusive or technology specific, because this section, which is section 6, design of specific plant system, was mainly developed based on the large experience that we have on water-cooled reactors. It doesn't mean that it cannot be applied with some engineering judgment to other reactor technologies, but it means that you need to understand why this requirement is and what could be the implication in case you apply to other kind of technologies. One example of this, you have several documents provided in the IAEA, lower level document, which are tech docs. I can provide you 2 of them, 1937 and 2010, which provide some kind of overview how one is the methodology and approach in order to review these requirements, and the other one make a comparison of this requirement that could be considered for high temperature cooled reactor and water cooled reactors SMRs. So, as I said before, we have 10 principles. I'm going to talk only about these 5, which are important for the design. So the first is optimization of protection and limitation of risk to individuals. So the first one, the 6, if I will say like that, is you need to put, let's say, dose in order to avoid that the workers can get harmful effects due to the ionizing radiation, the exposure to ionizing radiation. But it's not enough, so you need to optimize that protection in order to be sure that those levels should be as low as possible. Then what is important is that you need to prevent accidents. So the prevention of accident is the major part of the design of nuclear power plant, because you put all the safety systems, safety features, etc., in order to make that the accident could not happen, and if they happen, to mitigate their consequence. But what is important is Principle 7 as well, because that means that nuclear power plants are not meant to have an accident, but they need to, in the longer term, so they will be operating, and we need to protect them of present and future generation, which means we need to care about the waste. Last but not least is that this design gives some prerequisites what can be considered for the emergency preparedness and response. So what we see here in the picture is what we have fundamental safety principles, as I mentioned here before, from the 10 that I highlighted, the 5 that which are important. On the left-hand side, or yes, from the left-hand or right-hand side for you, you will see that defense in depth and practical elimination, which are two concepts which are complementing each other, and you have the fundamental safety functions. With this, we can protect, let's say, from the design point of view, we can protect the population and the public and the environment against the hazardous effect of ionizing radiation. So, from the principal technical requirements, I'm going to talk only about the application of defense in depth. So, this is requirement 7, which it says that the design of nuclear power plant shall incorporate the defense in depth, and the level of them should be independent as far as practical. So this is important because not all of the level could be independent, depending on which is the feature they're using. For instance, we talk about the containment of the nuclear power plant, it will be used for the first level until the fourth level. So it cannot be independent from one to the other. So these are the objective for each of the levels. So the objective of the level 1 is the prevention of abnormal operation and failure. So the success of that to keep the installation in the normal operation status. The level 2 is the control for abnormal operation or detection of failure. So let's try to avoid that the deviation from the normal operation and return back the nuclear power plant to the normal operation. Then at level 3, we consider that something can go wrong, and then we go to the control of accidents within the design basis. Level 4 is to control the severe plant conditions, including prevention of accidents, progression, and the mitigation of consequences of severe accident. And level 5 is when everything goes wrong, no matter what, we need to have what we call emergency preparedness and protection in order to avoid the major effects in the environment and the public. So if we go to the detail of that, so the prevention of deviation from normal operation and the failure of items important to safety can be obtained by, first, conservatism in the site, in design, construction, and maintenance operation, which means that this is the basis of that. Then you need to have proven engineering practice. I'm not going to detail of that, but this is basically what has been done before, and you can have proven of that, so it can be done by research and development, by operating experience, etc. Then you have to implement quality control, testing and inspection. This is important from the very beginning, before the installation, but also during the installation of the nuclear power plant components. Then you need to reduce the potential effect of internal hazards into the operation, etc. So on the second level, we have that you need to avoid and to detect this deviation that could happen from normal operation, and to try to prevent the anticipated operational occurrence. And for that, you need to have these, let's say, alarms and set points that would take care of this deviation and trying to bring back the plan to the normal operation. It doesn't mean here that, so we do not need to trigger the safety systems, but most important of that is that to have this kind of protection that allow to keep the operation of the plant in the normal operation. So at the third level, we assume that whatever we do before and try to keep the plant in a normal operation, we may have some event that could escalate and go to this what we call this design basis accident. And then in that case, we need to, the most important here is to have safety features, in this case, safety systems and procedures that are capable to prevention of the damage of the reactor core. So, and the level 4, we consider that this is, in some countries, this is a postulated event, so that we need to prevent this severe accident. And the idea is to try to mitigate, first, the prevention of the progression and the mitigation of the consequence of this severe accident, and to try to put in practice protective measures that are limited in terms of time and area of application. That means that with this measure that we have in the design, there is no need for any, let's say, need for evacuation outside of the plant. In that case, it means that what we derive from that is the practical elimination concept, which applies to those sequences that could be large or early and for which we are going to explain now what is the purpose of that. So the last part, is as I said, is the fifth level, which is all the provisions that need to be put there in order to prevent and to allow the evacuation of the people around the nuclear power plant. So in that case, for the plant design, I'm going to give you some concepts. So the first one is the categories of plant states. So as you know, there are two main groups, one is operational states and the other one is accident conditions. So these are divided in normal operation, anticipated operational occurrences, design basis accidents, and design station conditions. So these are the concepts here. For what is important, that design station conditions was added after in 2012, because before that was what's called beyond design basis accident. What you can see in the picture below is that this is going to be part of plant design basis. So that means that covering not only the design basis accident, but also those design extension conditions that were added. So those design basis accidents, as you may know, are those that are need or that are used in order to define the design of the safety system. And the picture down here, you can see what are the systems important to safety, and what we see about is the last part with the safety systems. So this safety system had to be are the ones that are necessary to control those design basis accidents. They are you apply the design the single failure criteria. So that means that you need to consider that may fail one of the system that which impair the function, the safety function for which they are designed for, and then you need to have some application, so redundancy, for instance, or diversity in order to overcome this single failure criteria. What is important is that this design limit did not lead to any radiological effects outside of the site, so that means everything could be inside of the nuclear power plant. So for the design extension conditions, the point is that these are what combination of several, let's say, failures that may happen during the design, during the accident, and then this is something that goes beyond design basis accident. What is important here is that we define that case safety features in order to have a difference between the safety systems and those systems which are needed for the mitigation of these design extension conditions. But we have said that this, since we already have, let's say, multiple failures, then we consider that in the analysis we don't need to use single failure criteria at the design. That means that you don't need to have a redundancy for this kind of safety features. What is important is that you can use in the analysis, deterministic safety analysis, you can use the best estimate analysis, while in the design basis accident you can use the best conservative analysis. That comes to the fact that we need to, for all the situations that cannot be considered for the design extension conditions, they need to be practically eliminated. That means that, well, not all of them, but some of them. That means that, I will explain that later, but what is important is that those situations which could lead to very large or early releases, that have to be practically eliminated, because that means that we cannot implement at the design stage protective measures that will limit the harmful to the environment, to the public. So, these design extension conditions are very specific, are technology dependent. They are based on what? So first, engineering judgment, so deterministic evaluation, predictive consideration, and operating experience. We will see that some of them, so for instance, one example is station blackout. Some other examples here that I can show you is the anticipated transit without scram, loss of core cooling in residual heat removal mode, etc. And this is very specific. This is for water-cooled reactor, for instance, at least for the large nuclear power plants. I'm not talking about the new passive, let's say, nuclear power plants which are using more passive safety systems. So there are more examples coming from the PSA, so that it can be, so you see, this is a combination of both PSA and DSA, which is important that they both complement each other, and engineering judgment in order to obtain the list, the final list of these design extension conditions. What is important is that all these cases are to consider in the design extension condition for which the plan is going to be designed for. Those that are not considered, they will be beyond design basis accident. So we need to have, for the core melting, we need to take care of one representative group of severe accidents, which are the most, let me say, conservative, so that we try to take the most important situations in there, but we are not going to cover all of them. So on that, we need to have sufficient knowledge on the severe accident phenomena, and the point is to cooling and stabilization of the molten fuel, and removal of the heat from the containment. As you may see here, we are not in, I mean, it was accepted that there is no anymore to control the reactivity, since we may consider that it will be some, let's say, when you have a molten core, it will be very difficult to consider the achievement of this function. Of course, physical and chemical phenomena should be also part of that. So after Fukushima accident, what we, as you have seen, we also talk about this non-permanent equipment, so I'm not going to talk about that, but this non-permanent equipment that are used for the design extension conditions and for design-based design cannot be considered part of the safety demonstration. That means that the design or the safety demonstration of the design has to be done with installed equipment. So finally, just to give you this objective, how we can achieve the practical elimination. So we have from one side these two elements which are complementing each other. One is defending death, and the other is practical elimination. So this is just a list of some of the paragraphs where we have in the SSR/1 revision 1 the term practical elimination mentioned. I'm not going to detail all of them. But what is important here is what is behind this concept. So the concept was saying that everything we need to do is to try to avoid let's say, major hazards to the public and the environment. So the point is, with all the reactor releases which going outside would need necessary, but if they are not effective in time and in extension. So that means that everything which goes beyond that, so that means that you don't have time, for instance, to protect the people, to shelter the people, evacuation, or provide iodine prophylaxis, then that situation needs to be considered in the design in order to be practically eliminated. So the situation to be practically eliminated, so this is, I'm not going to talk about that. This is the paragraph that I mentioned before, but let me see what are the situations. So these situations are hypothetically accident sequences. These sequences come from different topics. So one of the most, let's say, consideration is the failure of LAC components in reactor coolant system. That will be, for instance, the reactor pressure vessel or the reactor vessel in general. Any uncontrolled reactivity accident, for instance, it could happen. And there are other sequences that will come from the severe accident sequence that could lead to also early or late containment failure. One of the things that is important here that I did not mention is that the last two, which is the containment bypass, which is you need to find which are the potential, let's say, path of containment bypass by connect the system to the primary system or to the containment, that in case of severe accident may be open and then let the release go into the outside without avoiding the function of the containment. And the last part is the degradation of the fuel, which is stored in the spent fuel pool, because of course you know there is no other protection than the pool itself. So if the fuel melts inside of the spent fuel pool, then you will have a real problem. So there are two ways to demonstrate this. One is the physical impossibility, and the other one is extremely unlikely to arise with a high degree or high level of confidence. So impossibility is a deterministic concept. So this is equivalent to probability of 0 or something which is not going to happen. So for that, we do need to base on physical laws or physical validated by the given range. So that means that there is no thing that could be violated. So negative coefficient feedbacks, no hydrogen production in that case, or absence of water in case of let's say, some reactor what may consider that as a potential risk. But what is important is that this is a statement cannot be disputable. So that means there is sufficient confidence that it's not going to happen. However, this application is very limited or to some very few cases and not always can be achieved. So for that, we have the other way. So it's high confidence that is very unlikely to do. And then we have a more probabilistic concept in here where we try to get confidence about something. This part is very difficult to demonstrate, but as we say in the last part, the demonstration should be primarily based on deterministic requirements. So we try to do it deterministically. And what is not, we try to complement with probabilistic analysis that should perform the extreme unlikeliness of these situations to happen. So the point is, as I said, so this high level of confidence, they need to rely on what? So first, a lot of research and development results, experiments, etc. You need to implement first design features that could also qualify for the function that they need to be implemented. So this is experience here. So engineering judgment, they take about the probability. But what is important is that the demonstration of this cannot be achieved only by showing compliance with the probability safety target that we have for level 2, but this should be something more. You need to provide something more to substantiate the application of this high level of confidence. Yes. What is important in the high level of confidence that also you may need to have the use of, let's say, the actions that can be complemented by the operator. So that means the design features plus the actions of the operator. So, okay, I'm not going to talk about this. So the point is, right, so the justification, what is going to be. So first, you need to find this situation that can be or should be practically eliminated based on the consequences they may have in the public and that they are not acceptable. Then you need to look at what are the design provisions that you could put in there. And the justification follow this process. So the first, to try to look at the physical impossibility of this. If not, you need to look at what is the need to implement these design features that could be either operational, but also in the design in order to avoid this situation to happen. Then you need to provide justification how these measures are robust. That means that they are qualified to the situation for which they are going to be used. Then you need to combine DSA and PSA, so deterministic safety analysis and predictive safety assessment in order to see how this situation could be avoided. The justification, of course, again, could not be only by the proving that you have achieved a value lower than the predicted value, but should be so based also on deterministic arguments. And this is a case by case for everyone. So that means that for every technology you need to do that. So, and then finishing now, so deterministic is consideration of deterministic consideration, engineering aspect, and you need to consider the uncertainties. This is just a picture of what is design basis accident, what is the implementation of a practical elimination of residual risk. In this picture, I just show you all these situations that we have compared to the defense in-depth levels. Also another picture where you may see what are from the consequence and the design extension conditions, the practical elimination, cliché effects, etc. And to finish, this is my last slide. So what I would like to pass to you, so that the IAEA safety requirements for the design of nuclear power plants, first, they reflect international consensus on what constitutes a high level of safety that can be reasonably achieved in the design of nuclear power plant to meet the fundamental safety objective in compliance with the 10 safety principles. We need to provide to ensure that defense in that concept constitute the primary means of prevention of this accident and the mitigation of the consequence. They need also to be complemented by the correct implementation of the practical elimination concept. And this practical elimination concept needs to be relied on the demonstration of the physical impossibility or the demonstration that it can be considered with a high level of degree of confidence to be extremely likely to arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Bardzo dziękuję za interesującą prezentację. Mamy 3 minuty na zadanie krótkiego pytania bądź dyskusję. Czy ktoś z Państwa chciałby zadać jakieś pytanie?
Any questions, please? Very shortly. Yes, shortly indeed. Mr. Jacek Bałski. After the Strumień Island accident, the Institute for Nuclear Power Operations was established in Atlanta. After Chernobyl, International World Association for Operation of Nuclear Power Plants, VANO, was set up. What are your experiences in cooperation with VANO as regards safety security reviews? About 50 of them per year. The agency was not capable, apparently, of carrying them out. That's why VANO was asked to take care about this very important program. Sir, you should have used your headsets.
So, let me give you two types of answers. So first, in the review of the safety guides, when we have this standard that we have, we invite selected experts. Of course, these experts are coming from all around the world, And we select people from different organizations, from, let's say, from WANO, from EU, from different organizations that give the feedback they have on their experience on the operation, but also on the experience on dealing with accidents. So that's why these safety guides are, let's say, they take in the best practices and the state of the art. On the other side, when we review the safety guides, we go through a process, and this process have several commissions and committees. And WANO is part of these committees, as other organizations are part of this committee, and they provide comments. So I suppose, I don't know, Poland should also have been part of that, because we sent the documents for comments to the member states for all the safety guides in order to receive any comment from them. So at the moment, for instance, we have this, the safety guide on the practical elimination is going to the Commission on Safety Standards in 2 weeks. So normally it should be approved, let me say, but we have received comment from member states. The second point of the question is that we provide these technical review services where we go to the nuclear power plants on demand, or the member states, let me say, because nuclear power plants are the safety authority, and we make a review how they are proceeding according to the IAEA safety standards. And for that also we collect a team of experts, which are international also, who are some people, depending on the country. We have people from WANO, from other organizations, from all around the world.
Thank you. Bardzo dziękuję. Pan Jorge będzie z nami jeszcze. Zapraszam do dyskusji w trakcie przerwy.
Jorge will stay with us for longer, so we can discuss, meet him and discuss with him later on as well. Now, Andrzej Głowacki will be kindly asked to deliver his presentation on licensing and nuclear safety demands. Thank you very much indeed. Good morning. Indeed, Poland and PAA itself, that is the Polish state atomic agency, have their representatives in all of those major organizations. Thank you very much for having invited me to this event, which I consider important. For years, many participants, many attendees have been attracted, and I hope that this event will stay with us as an important element on our nuclear map. My topic proper is the nuclear safety and security system and how it works in Poland, the way it is structured. There is no accident in the fact that the first presentation of today was held on behalf of IAEA, which leads the setting of safety and security standards. All those standards are then transferred into, well, local, regional, and local areas, including ours. The Polish safety system is determined by the atomic law dated November 2000, with some 60 pieces of secondary legislation. What it regulates is, it sanctions the actions related to exposition of ionizing radiation, the tasks and responsibilities of organizational unit heads acting along these lines, as well as the rights and privileges of the president, of the chairman of PPEJ, with regards to the topics covered by the Act. So the law or the Act comes first as the top of this pyramid, if you like. Then there comes secondary legislation, ordinances or regulations, name it as you will, and there come the procedures to fine-tune, to specify the details. The chairman has no legislative power to formulate, to pass, or to adopt legal acts by himself, but wherever possible, wherever applicants would like to get to know more or to modify something or to amend something, they would every so often request the chairman for specifications or for recommendations or for decisions. Jorge has defined nuclear safety already in quite amount of detail. And the Polish rules basically clone the Vienna documents, regular safety being considered in terms of providing for the appropriate necessary conditions, thus protecting the workers, the environment, the society, and so on and so forth. Our guiding principle has been to observe the primary position of safety and security and radiological protection over any other aspects of activities, including economic, political, social, whatever else, business related, this being the fundamental rule for the use of nuclear technologies as well as ionizing radiation sources. In April last year, the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Poland adopted a strategic document called Strategy for Nuclear Safety and Radiological Protection, which determines in particular the strategy purposes for the nuclear safety and radiological protection. It forms a compendium of rules and regulations of nuclear security and safety. There is a description of legal determinants and conditions for the safety, a description of the state of art nuclear safety security as well as radiological protection, the rules for both, and directions of action that revolve around and basically tend to keep the development of the security and protection going, keep those principles going. So it is also a matter of constant development, both aspects covered. In short, in brief, the main goal of the strategy is to protect people and natural environment against the detrimental effects of ionizing radiation, and to increase the level of nuclear safety and radiological protection of the Republic of Poland. There are detailed objectives enumerated here. You can find them in the official on the official sites of the governmental agencies. PAA in specific, a major, a critical part of the system is regulatory office, which exercises surveillance or oversight, if you like, or supervision. The chairman of PAA is in charge of such activities. We are based on in Warsaw, Nowy Świat Street. Here is the address details. And oversight over the chairman is exercised by the minister in charge of climate as defined statutorily. Here the scope of actions of the chairman is defined, including surveillance, control of units performing activities related to exposure to ionizing radiation, issuance of decisions concerning all sorts of permits and rights and whatnot, technical recommendation, organizational recommendations, collaboration with governmental administration, bodies and authorities, international cooperation, compiling, producing documents concerning state policy regarding nuclear safe security as well as radiological protection, informing society. In order to be efficient in his actions, the chairman has to be appropriately furnished with legally guaranteed rights. He has to be independent in his decision-making process, has to have at his disposal adequate financial and organizational resources, competent personnel, and an ability to use external technological resources as well as expert knowledge, know-how as necessary, as absolutely essential for the purpose. The number of registered organizational units carrying out the activities related to involving the exposure to ionizing radiation under the charge of the chairman is almost 5,000 as of end December last year, and the number of registered activities, businesses related to exposure to ionizing radiation under the chairman is over 7,700. This slide illustrates our present-day activities. Primarily, they include our participation in the environmental assessment, impact assessment, and transborder consultations with exposed parties, preparation of our organization to deal with the tasks based on the Polish national NPP program dialogue, pre-license dialogue with the organization responsible for this project, deliver the task along the lines of the project of the first Polish NPP. Also, preparation for the IRS mission, updating of certain selected elements of secondary legislation, ordinances related to the most recent IAEA standards, and dialoguing with businesses, companies, partnerships interested in implementation of the SMR. As regards implementation of the Polish NPP program, NPPP in short, the basic task for the chairman is to pursue surveillance, oversight, issue permits, as well as enforce the observance of the requirements and norms of safety and security for NPPs. As for the licensing process, here comes a definition of what we as PPA consider as a very basic thing in the licensing process. Any legal documents referred to as license is issued by the regulatory body that grants the authorization to perform specific activities relating to a facility or activity. So in these terms, a license is a product of the authorization process, although the term licensing process is sometimes used, and in practice with a current license is an authorized practice. Just to quote a bit from the law. Some details about the procedures of the timeline related to timeline of permits being issued under the atomic law. Such timelines might be extended if necessary, if needed. There are fees or charges chargeable for the purpose, like construction permit, the timeline being 24 months or so, with 5 million zloty as a fee. Commissioning, startup takes 9 months, operation permit 6 months, and the commissioning 9 months before the motion for building permit of a nuclear facility is actually submitted. The investor might appeal for a preliminary assessment of the site to be for the NPP facility. So many motions, many requests have been already submitted from a variety of Polish entities. Before the investor actually comes in, they can ask, they can request the our office about whether this or that particular element, decision, whatever it is in line, is compliant with the general law and specific laws concerned.
That's about location, and again we have a pre-licensing tool which provides that if an investor has any doubts concerning the research findings in a particular location, they can also ask the nuclear supervision in advance before they file or submit the application for construction permit. The beginning of the process for us, even though PAA is involved at various stages of the life cycle of the nuclear power plant, again, we are at the environmental assessment stage. The starting point for us is the application for the construction of a power plant. Here you have information in the regulation concerning the document you have to attach to the application. You have listed all those documents that are the key ones, according to us, that will be subject to the assessment, safety, location report, physical protection system. It's about 300,000 pages of documents that we'll get together with the application for construction of the plant. All these documents we shall verify in relation to the atomic law and the requirements of that law, and also regulations, about 60 of those, as I said, and the most important, the design one. So concerning the requirements the project has to take into account in what pertains to security, to safety of the operation of the plant. The objective of this review and assessment is to verify whether the documents or technical design solutions are in line with nuclear safety and radiological protection requirements. Here you have example of such a verification that we as PAA will carry out in relation within the verification of the safety analysis, and we have codes. It's not that we are to verify all the analysis to be carried out by the investor, the vendor, the technology supplier, but some of them will repeat from the start to the end using the calculation codes. We are getting ready to that. We've purchased those codes, and now we are exercising the application of these codes under the international exchange with the US NFC once we complete this verification of the documentation, and all these verifications are positive, we'll issue the construction permit, the building permit. And this permit will not be only saying that I agree to whatever, but it will include a lot of information and requirements that the investor, or basically then the constructor building company will have to meet. And you'll have information here what it will include. It will be available to the wider public as well. And it will determine the limits, conditions, operating conditions, and that's important aspect of each such permit. But also there will be information about the kind of activities you have to disclose to supervision bodies, including PAA, where inspectors. And this is the last aspect of this presentation, I think. The fact that we issue the certificate is not the end of our activity, maybe at this stage of the issuance of the construction. And certainly for Commission, we'll license the personnel, operating personnel of the power plant, but also will have inspection of suppliers of the components, of the structural components, and also will supervise the. So our model that we've adopted is that we'll have resident inspectors at the construction site, if necessary, even 24 hours a day, so that first of all we can have our eyes open to what the investor is doing, and secondly to be able to responsibly say to the public that the nuclear supervision is there and we know what's going on. To wrap it up, we can say that for many years we've had an operating uniform nuclear safety system based on the atomic law. The system has been improved, fine-tuned, reviewed, verified also by international organizations. The president of the PA will supervise safety at all the stages of the operation of the nuclear power plant, and will also, will issue certificates and permits at different stages of the life cycle of the nuclear power plant. And to summarize, I count on that, first of all, the application will be comprehensive or complete to the extent possible. We'll have good material for evaluation, and our priority is to look at nuclear safety of the project. And using this opportunity that I'm here, I encourage you to apply to my institutions. We are looking for specialists in various fields, technical, legal. Just follow our what's going on our website. We'll find information about what kind of specialists we need, and we need many of them. And I'll leave you with that, and thank you very much for your attention. Should you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them. Mr. President, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. We have a couple of minutes more. Let me open the Q&A session. Yes, Andrzej Kulczyk. I have a brief question, Mr. President. It's been a great presentation. We have Western European Nuclear Regulator Association. Poland is an observer only. Do you intend to become an active member of that body or not? Briefly, yes. Well, this year we are planning to apply for the status of full member. That's it. But we are active in that form. Two questions, Mr. President. The first one is technical opinions. Are these binding to PAA for the future? So once you issue an opinion, you accept, approve a system or technical solution. No, these opinions are not binding. At the same time, you must say that it's not that if once we evaluate the technical aspect of a given solution, and this aspect will not change later on during the licensing process and application submission, we're not going to look at it, because then our activities, our evaluation will stay the same. But it's a different thing when a documentation will change as compared to what we have already evaluated. Then again, we'll have to check it once again. But the great advantage of such general overall evaluations of such opinion is the learning aspect for its early engagement, earlier information of the supervisory body is very important, simply speaking. Second question concerns licensing of the operators. Is there any, are there any guidelines and regulation? Yes, there is a regulation on the actions in the nuclear plan, and providing that, well, what kind of activities are subject to it was called like this because it's too earlier one, talking about job descriptions like radiological protection operators and so on. We had to call it different. So it's about the actions in the nuclear power plant, and this regulation includes information about what positions, what require licenses or certification of PA president, and what kind of training they have to undergo. While, quite frankly, we are going to largely use the experience of USNC because they have a similar system. I've learned in depth about whether being as an intern as a trainee in the US, and so we're going to use their experience. Before I give you the floor, my request to the next participants, please introduce yourselves so that we know who's asking the question. Kamin Mindur. Mr. President, I have a question concerning the staff, the personnel. Over the years, the demand will be only growing, and the global market will also need more and more specialists. Do you have any systemic plans to increase the number of those specialists? Well, it's a question to be addressed more to the Minister of Energy. We're part of the system, and it's true, the Minister of Climate and Environment, it has been collecting information about the demand for different participants in programs, so to be open to new faculties, to reinforce the training part concerning personnel. But the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, as well, that we'll need nuclear energy specialists for sure, but it's not only in nuclear energy sector, but safety analysis, also the application of codes, all the other aspects that relate to its specialists in electricians, mechanics, automation specialists. We've been training, educating, and we shall continue to do so. So for me, talking about the part of those of my core staff, I can supplement with graduates from different faculties, and to give them additional training in nuclear energy, because I know I won't find easily many, let's say, people in Poland who would have experience related to nuclear energy. We've managed to get a few people to PAA who have worked, for example, Kyoto, on other nuclear facilities. But as I said, it's not an easy task. Well, but I think it will be a good contribution to get this, to retrain graduates from other faculties. Mr. President, thank you very much. We have exhausted our time limit. I encourage you to talk to Mr. President in the lobby. Yes, I'll stay for a while, hang out for a while, maybe not too long a while. So please don't hesitate. Get in touch with Mr. President. Now we'll change the program. The agenda will extend this session. Thank you very much. And let me invite Mr. Rauli Partanen, who is a promoter of nuclear energy, co-author of a book, Dark Horse.
Okay. Wow, bright lights. Good morning, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the presentations earlier. Now it's maybe time for a little bit lighter stuff, hopefully. So I'm going to talk a little bit about nuclear in the clean energy mix. There was some introductions, but I will continue on that. So I'm a writer, an analyst, and a communicator, so not an engineer. I'm also an environmental activist. I was one of the co-founders of Eco-Modernist Society of Finland, as well as Replanet, which is a European network of science-oriented environmental NGOs, which is why, for example, we like nuclear, we like GMOs, and all that stuff. And as my day job, I'm a co-founder and CEO of this non-profit think tank called Think Atom. And here's some of my books. The Dark Horse has been released in Polish, as has The Climate Gamble, and I'm currently discussing with the publisher to have a Polish translation made of The Age of Energy as well. So let's see how that goes. About Think Atom, here's the publications we've published since 2017. So a lot of stuff about nuclear, sustainability of nuclear, the benefits and what we can do, nuclear in district heating. You have a lot of district heating here in Poland, for example. So do we in Finland. How you can make synthetic fuels with nuclear, how you can make nuclear cheaper, for example, by utilizing shipyard manufacturing. And the latest publication is writing about energy, which is not about nuclear. It's about energy journalism. So it's basically a handbook for any journalist who's interested in writing about climate and energy, just to get the megawatts and the megawatt hours and all that stuff, facts correct. All right. And you can download each of these from that address, or you can send me an email, and I can send you some copies if you want. I have a couple of boxes at home. Right, let's go to the climate aspect. So just to kind of bring the scale and the urgency of the matter into view. Many of you might have seen this graph. It's from IPCC's special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's what we need to do and how much time we have to do it. I'd like to get a show of hands. Raise your hand if you think that this trajectory is probable. 1, 2, 3. We have 3, 4. 3 optimists in the room. How about possible? Yeah, at least we should have the 3 people, but maybe a couple more. However, is it possible or not? Is it probable or not? It's a goal that we have set for ourselves with the Paris Accord. Okay. From the same report, the IPCC gave a projection how much nuclear we should have by 2050. This is the average from the 4 main scenarios. So it's about 4 to 5 times what we have today. And I have to say that just in the recent year, maybe 2 years, there has been a lot of movement into kind of this direction. We have the Polish program, we have the Netherlands, we have China announcing a lot of nuclear coming up. Sweden is getting interested. France is building more. So there's a lot of promising stuff, but we need to be faster. And I'll show you why I think that even this is too little. And the reason for that is this. This is from the Energy Information Agency from the US, their projection of primary energy use by 2050. As you can see, they project that we will use more fossil fuels in 2050 than we use all energy combined today. This is not compatible with the emissions chart that I just showed you. 170 petawatt hours. And keep in mind that 1 billion tons of hydrogen, it's the energy content, about 35 petawatt hours, that would need to make to kind of replace the fuels, at least part of the fuels. Here is a more, let's say, progressive view on the same topic from an organization called DNV. So they see about 64 terawatt hours of direct fuel use from fossil fuels. They also think that about 6-7 petawatt hours of the electricity will still be done with fossil fuels. It's about 70 petawatt hours of fossil fuels. Even this is not compatible with the climate target that we have set. And there is the 1 billion tons or 1 gigaton of hydrogen as an energy content. In short, we are here. So there's the timeline of what we have been doing with climate and nuclear. And depending on the day, I find myself somewhere inside this small circle. Let's go to the case for nuclear. So, it is about scale, as I hope you realized from the couple of previous slides. Here we have solar, wind, and nuclear in 2021. This is the IPCC projection that they think that we should have by 2050. There's the current global electricity total. And here is what you would need to make 1 gigaton of hydrogen with electrolyzers. So that's why I think this is way too little. I think we should have a goal of growing nuclear about 10 times from current levels by 2050 as a good start. Is that realistic? Who thinks that's possible? Probable? What I think that the way that we've currently been building nuclear as single projects in each nation started maybe every 20 years like we do in Finland. We always get the first of a kind. We always have to build the supply chain and the expertise and the project management organization and all of that. We always get to start from zero, and no wonder it takes 19 years and costs 10 billion per reactor. That's not the way to 10x or even 5x or even 2x nuclear. So we need to rethink how we deploy nuclear. And some of my studies, like the shipyard nuclear one, discusses this very topic. But yeah, it's about scale. And what has scaled historically is nuclear. So this is the best increase in electricity generation per capita over a 15-year period. I mean, you can change those numbers, the duration and whatever, but we thought that this 15 years is long enough to show a sustained effort in something instead of picking 1 or 2 years when you build a lot of wind farms and then you stop, and then maybe 5 years later you build some more. So yeah, historically it's been nuclear. Nothing has been expanded nearly as fast. I have to say that almost all of these have been government-led nuclear programs. So it remains to be seen what we can do in a liberalized electricity market, especially if nuclear is discriminated and some other sources of energy are supported. But yeah, recently a lot of countries have decided to have a government-led nuclear program. So let's see. Then let's discuss a little bit what we use when we use energy. I refer back to the Energy Journalism Handbook. How many times have you read in the newspaper an article where the writer confuses energy with electricity? 1 million, yeah. It's a kind of a coin toss. If you read one, that either they get it right, it's about 50-50, they get it wrong. But electricity is about 20% of energy use globally. In Europe, it's a bit more. It's something like 27-ish. Then you have transportation fuels. So gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, bunker fuel, all that stuff. And actually about half of all the energy use is used as heat. And what kind of heat is that though? So this is from European market. About half of that heat, 3,000 terawatt hours, is used for space heating. So just to keep the houses and spaces warm. About 1,000 terawatt hours used for hot water and some other smaller uses. And then you have 1/3 of the 6,000 of total terawatt hours that's used for industrial process heat. And then you have some temperatures at which they are used. About half of that, so at 1,000 terawatt hours is used as process steam of hotter than 500 degrees Celsius. And what do you know? One of the good things about nuclear is that it produces steam as the primary energy, which we often use then to make electricity, but we can use that steam to drive these other things as well. So you can have district heating, desalination at about 100 degrees. Then you can run a pulp mill, a little bit hotter steam, or a petroleum refinery. You can do pyrolysis, you can do high temperature electrolysis, which is basically using steam to run the electrolyzer. It's much more efficient than the low temperature ones that we currently use, or even thermolysis. And here's some of the types of reactors that we can use for these things. Of course, you can also top up the heat, so you don't have to produce the... As long as you can boil the water, that's the main use of the energy. After that, it's easier to top it up. So, nuclear can do all of these things in quite a cost-effective way. This is a busy slide. Here we have an advanced reactor, whatever type, and how it can play along in a hybrid energy system. So it can use high temperature energy storage to buffer some of the production. So even if there is a high share of renewable sources like wind and solar, you can still run the reactor at full power all the time. You just buffer the energy when you don't need it, and then you use it when you need. You can deliver process steam to the industry, which can have waste heat that you can do something else with, desalination or district heating, depending what you need. You can use the electricity and the steam to run an electrolyzer, which increases the flexibility of the overall electricity system. Again, making it easier to add more wind and solar if you like to do that. And of course, you can make those synthetic fuels to run your ships or aeroplanes and whatever else you cannot directly electrify with batteries. I think that the personal vehicles and even trucks are very likely to be electrified. It's going to take some time, but it's happening, accelerating rate. But there's still a lot of use cases for fuels, like liquids and gases. Not just in transportation, but in chemical industry, petrochemical industry. Let's go to the final part, nuclear and sustainability. This has been under a lot of discussion. For example, in the European Union, we had the taxonomy discussion that lasted for like 3 years, since 2019. One of the publications from Tinkadom was a report for the sustainability criteria. For that discussion, I don't know if anybody in the Commission or elsewhere read it, but it's there. So if you want to have that discussion with somebody, you can read that, and it has all of the relevant sources and numbers there. Anywho, nuclear and sustainable development. How many of you knew that nuclear technology, not just energy, but technology, contributes in some way to every single one of the 17 sustainable development goals? Raise your hand. Wait, this is educational. Like 2 people knew that. Now everybody knows that. Well done. And it's from the UNECE report a couple of years ago. So that's great. That's something that the nuclear industry should be shouting from the rooftops, right? It's very much in line with the sustainable development goals. It's also the lowest carbon. It's not just low carbon. In Europe, this study shows that it's the lowest carbon of electricity. To be honest, all of these are pretty low. The problem with some of the renewables is that you need to back them up with natural gas or something else, which increases the carbon footprint of the whole system. So nuclear here is very advantageous because it can provide baseload or even flexible energy. So maybe the industry can also shift their communications from we are a low carbon energy source like the others to we are the lowest carbon energy source. Who knows? I think it's more powerful and a little bit provocative as well. Then you get to interesting discussions. Yeah, but what about the concrete? What about the waste management? It's included in this because this is a life cycle analysis. And then you get to educate more people. How I'm doing on time? Oh, we will have a lot of time for questions. On the land use and materials use, nuclear is also the most material efficient way of doing energy. But it's also the most land, has the smallest environmental footprint from a land use perspective. So this is the area required with offshore wind to replace United Kingdom's current oil consumption with synthetic e-fuels, hydrogen. Same area with solar panels, and I don't know if you can see, but here, a couple pixels, that's the nuclear power plant. It has many reactors, and it would make no sense to have it all in one place, but you get the idea. If we want to leave some nature for nature, which is very much something that I would like to do, this is one way of doing it. Building nuclear, it's very space efficient. Let's go to the issues. These always come up. One of my main issues is this. This is a radiation hazard symbol. You know what else is it? It's pretty much the logo of the nuclear industry, right? Anytime you have a nice article in a paper where you have a map of all the future nuclear sites of Poland or all the nuclear power plants in France, they're using this symbol Here's a power plant, here's a power plant, here's a power plant, here's a power plant. I mean, come on. Imagine if you would do that with solar. It has toxic materials, so maybe you should use the toxic hazard symbol. Here's a solar farm, here's a solar farm, here's a solar farm. It's the same thing. So that's one of my main issues. And I mean, let's just say that I blame the industry, but I also blame society and media. But it takes some doing. I mean, this is the total radiation dose that average human being gets on Earth per year. There is a small slide here with some of the nuclear industry related stuff. You have atmospheric nuclear testings. We don't do those anymore, luckily, but they still are having an effect. You have some occupational exposure for miners and stuff like that. You have the Chernobyl accident here. And this is the nuclear fuel cycle. How can you make this into the brand of the whole industry? Take some doing. I mean, it cannot be an accident. It's kind of, you need to actually try to do that. To make this tiny, tiny, tiny sliver into your whole brand of existence. This is who we are. Radioactivity. And spent fuel. What about the waste? Well, and this is something that I have a hoodie that has ask me about nuclear waste text in front. And then if somebody asks me about nuclear waste, I tell them that, okay, did you know that nuclear waste from civilian reactors has never hurt anybody? Even though we think that it's the most dangerous stuff out there. Who knew that? Show your hand. Great. At least 10 people, but a lot of more education happening here. So it's dangerous, but it's been extremely well managed. Just put it that way. In a similar way, you can have a big bonfire. In the midsummer in Finland, we have these big bonfires by the lake. That's also dangerous if you jump into it or stuff like that people sometimes do. They get drunk and fall or something like that. It's extremely dangerous. But you should manage that. Same way, nuclear waste, extremely dangerous when it's hot, but we can manage that. We can put it in a pool of water and keep the water there, and it's fine. One of the benefits of having a half-life is that you get less dangerous with time. That's the kind of the whole purpose of having a half-life and doing radioactivity. Possible, you have a person living their whole lives on the most contaminated 1 square meter above the repository. She or he only drinks water, the most contaminated water that you can have from that square meter, and only eats food grown on that square meter. What would be the dose on that? 0.00018 millisieverts. As a communicator, I have a hint for you. Don't use this. Nobody will understand what you mean. 0 what? Millisievert what? Use this. It's equal to eating a couple of bananas. Because there's some radioactive potassium in bananas. And the threshold for any local health hazard, there's some discussion around it, but you can safely say that when you go above 100 millisieverts per year, then you start maybe see some effects in statistics. And if the worst case is 0.00018, then it's about 1,000,000 times safety margin, give or take. yet people are afraid of waste. What will happen to future generations? They're gonna eat a couple more bananas. And even this was ridiculous case. So if you make a more reasonable case, it's maybe half a banana. So what I'm trying to say that, yeah, we need to be responsible with spent fuel. And we are being responsible with spent fuel. But we, as the industry communicates these matters, if they only talk about how deep a cave they will have to dig and how much concrete and copper and whatever they will put to protect everybody, that will only make people afraid of the waste. Because why would you otherwise go into all that trouble, invest billions and billions in studies and then in digging these holes, unless it was really, really dangerous, right? And then when I tell them this, like normal people, there's two options. Either they think that the industry is lying, because why would you spend billions on the banana thing? Or they think that the industry is crazy, or maybe both, because they're like insane. Like, why would you do that? So that's a really tricky communications issue. On one hand, you're being the most responsible industry on the planet, but that makes people fear you because you are being so responsible that it must be horrible what you are doing. And that's a hard communications issue, and I hope that the industry would bring these types of things out a little bit more as well. One more slide on the waste. So here we have what happens with spent fuel over time. Note the logarithmic things. You understand this better than me. Remember, I'm not an engineer. The main hazard is the fission products, cesium and strontium and stuff like that. Like I said earlier, half-life, activity go hand in hand. So they also disappear quite fast. So if you have a half-life of 30 years, after 300 years, you will have less than 0.1% of the stuff left. At about 1,000 years, not 100,000, not million, about 1,000 years, the fission products are pretty much all gone. There's some actinides and mostly uranium. There is no gamma emitting sources anymore, so you actually have to go there, dig the pellets from the onkalo, and maybe grind them to dust and breathe them in or eat them or something like that to get a dose. So there's a serious lack of vehicle for delivering the dose for the person. You have to make some ridiculous assumptions to kind of imagine. So how could the people 10,000 years from now get a dose? Maybe they have a craving for, uranium pellets and start eating. And even then, the thing is, you would get harmed, but that's mainly because uranium is a toxic heavy metal, not because of the radioactivity. So you can damage your spleen if you eat too much of uranium or drink. And my issue here is that why do I need to go deep into the scientific literature and Google to find this out when this would be a pretty good argument for the nuclear industry to say that, okay, we're being responsible, but you should also know this. It's relevant context for the waste management, in my view. You can see now that I don't work in the nuclear industry because I can say all these things. But yeah, why does nobody say this aloud? nearing the end of the presentation. Here's my favorite Dilbert comic. I'll give you 10 seconds to read it, but basically everything has risks. We manage those every day. We need to put them into context, and we need to evaluate them with the benefits that we get, for example, by building more nuclear plants. Burning coal kills more people every day than the nuclear industry has in 60 years of existence. Every single day. So that's the thing that you need to evaluate against as well. And when your friend gets to this moment, he realizes that, oh my God, I'm being an idiot. I think you should be like Dilbert and his colleague here, supportive, and not like, nah, you were wrong, like happens in Twitter. Be supportive, welcome the change, congratulate them for becoming smarter and changing their minds. That's the only way to become smarter, to change your mind a little bit. So, climate will be is a big challenge, and I say that nuclear is a big solution. I think we need to employ it much more than we have. And maybe here's some communications tips for you guys to kind of help the discussion, also here in Poland. I'm gonna have one more slide, a t-shirt of my future study. We can talk about this in the coffee break, lunch break, or maybe beers. I've just secured some seed funding to make a study on the case for waste. What if Finland started to sell final repository services for spent nuclear fuel? Okay, I'll be glad to have questions. I don't understand Polish, so somebody maybe translates.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Z racji tego, że mam mikrofon, pozwolę sobie jedno zdanie komentarza. Proszę Państwa, naprawdę nie zalecam.
One comment. We recommend you against eating uranium pills, uranium balls, whatever. Bananas, yes, but about 100 million of banana eaten, digested, is a mortal dose. Just be careful. And then we generate a number of, a high amount of waste. Okay, there is a question over there. Just, yeah. Kamil Indur, once again. My question is, two questions actually. One, how about the role of hydrogen as a replacement of and the response to our actual fuel needs, fuel-related needs, across the talks, across the disputes worldwide? Well, this is a holy grail, a gold grail, if you like. But it is a waste of energy too, related to it. We have an aspect of wasting or wastage, if I'm not mistaken. Well, there was a nice slide showing the whatever is needed for the UK purposes or needs, how to replace it, what area would be needed, so on and so forth. How to solve the technological problems and communication problems related. And second, how about the teaser from the last slide? The law would advise you against such selling of repository services. Am I right?
Okay, I'll start with the second one. You are right. Currently, Finland has a law that prohibits importing or exporting spent fuels. But it's not a law of nature, it's a law of man that can be changed. And I've actually talked with some ministry people about this. I even tried to get some funding for them, but let's just say that they did not come through. But they were very interested in having this study. And like I said, laws can be changed, and some people in Finland have realized that there might be a commercial case here as well. So yeah, this study or report, when it comes out, it's meant to be an opening for a national wider discussion. So I'm not going to give instructions how to do it. I'm going to give instructions on what we need to discuss and what are the facts behind that. Okay? So it's going to take time, and I don't want to rush it. I want us to have a really thorough discussion about it in Finland and with the facts, so we can make an informed decision. And about the first, the hydrogen thing, we should electrify everything that we can directly. But depending a little bit on who you ask, that still leaves you with 40 to 60% of energy that we need to do as a fuel. And chemicals, plastics, and all that stuff. So we will need a lot of hydrogen. And there will be a lot of waste. As you mentioned, it's not very efficient. Although steam electrolysis is higher efficiency than the regular one. And you can use the waste heat for district heating if you have a network nearby. But yeah, even I mean, my 1 billion tons is my own number. But if you go ask globally, I think the current view is that we should do 500 million ton by 2050. It's still quite a lot. It still would need about the same amount of electricity that we have now globally. So I see this as I mean, I'm an optimist and an entrepreneur. I see this as a huge opportunity. But the thing is that the hydrogen has to be cheap. So you need it. So for a long time in Europe, the discussion has been that how to use hydrogen to help us build more renewables. So when there is overproduction of wind and solar, we use that to make hydrogen, and then when there is no, then we maybe burn it back to electricity or something like that. That's a dumb idea, because you need to invest into the electrolyzers, into the facilities, and you need to pay those facilities back. And that means that you would like to run them 8,000 hours per year, not 1,000. So that's where nuclear comes in. It runs all the time. It produces steam. So there's actually some studies on this that with cost reductions in how we build nuclear, like shipyard manufacturing or factory manufacturing, standardized designs, and build a lot of them in the single place and all that stuff, you can actually bring down the cost to a level where it's competitive with hydrogen taken from natural gas, and even competitive with synthetic fuels made from fossil oil. So you need to have a price of hydrogen below 1 or 1.5 euros. Well, now natural gas prices have been going up and coming down. Well, maybe around that, between 1 and 2 euros per kilogram. Then you get this kind of, and for that you need a reliable energy source that costs maybe $30 per megawatt hour or less. So there's a lot to do in reducing the cost of nuclear.
Okej. Ostatnie, ale szybkie pytanie i szybka odpowiedź. Tuż przed przerwą kawową.
One more quick question, if any. Mine is, as it comes to uncontrollable types of energy like renewables, okay, windless nights, in Germany they would replace it by natural gas, yeah, for the turbines to get heated up and to take over the initiative if needed. How about the atom? How about a mix which would include nuclear? And all of a sudden we have wind not blowing, sun not shining. Can we switch on to an NPP in order to replace kind of the renewables for the purpose?
Right. So maybe the main problem with that is that you don't want to build a nuclear power plant that only drives for 50% of the time. You want to keep it on most of the time. I mean, you can do some load following if it's advantageous, and especially if it's rewarded by the market, which is now not the case. So there will be, well, energy storage and flexibility will be key. They will be key for renewables, like wind and solar, but they will also greatly help nuclear, because you can also use those to load follow the demand curve, not just the production curve. So you have batteries, you have pumped hydro, you will have some hydrogen, synthetic fuels, stuff like that, that you can use as a reserve power source. But one of the more interesting ideas that have been popping up in the nuclear scene is the usage of high temperature thermal storage. So maybe molten salts or fire bricks or something like that, that you can put a lot of energy into when energy is cheap on the market, and you can store it for days there and then release it back when electricity is more expensive. So it's basically, it just comes to the what would be the most cost-effective solution. Will it be, well, pumped hydro is maybe the most cost-effective, but we can't build much more of those anymore. We've tapped all our rivers, and yeah, it would be nice to have some nature as well. But yeah, the nuclear industry is getting on top of this with some exciting solutions for the energy storage as well. But you would like to run your nuclear power plant as close to 90% capacity factor as possible.
Okay, thank you. Bardzo dziękuję Państwu. Proszę Państwa, ostatnie ogłoszenie organizatorów przed przerwą kawową.
Thank you very much.
Dla najbardziej aktywnych uczestników mamy
For the most active participants, attendees, we have prepared a couple of books signed by our dear colleague here, and please feel invited to your coffee. After the break, we'll see each other, reconvene in 30 minutes. I would like to communicate that Tristan Korecki, who is in the booth today, have translated Rolly's book into Polish.
concerning social concerns and social conditions for nuclear energy. And I think that the presentation by Mr. Rauli Patton was a very good introduction, and now we'll try to expand on some of the issues, some of the questions. And the first presenter, now I would like to invite Dr. Krzysztof Fornalski. Let me present him quickly. He's a physicist, graduate from the physics faculty of the Warsaw University of Technology. His PhD was at the National Nuclear Research Center. He is a researcher, but also works for industry. He runs the nuclear safety and radiological protection department at the PPEJ. He's been doing it for 12 years. Earlier, it was a PGE EJ1. And now he's adjunct at the physics department or faculty at our university, where he continues his research work. I would like to invite Krzysztof to deliver his presentation. Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the introduction, thanks to which I don't have to repeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation today is about nuclear energy, so nothing new under the sun. And what the previous speaker said, and that's ionizing radiation, because what we have the biggest problem with from the perspective of the social reception, for example, is ionizing radiation. And I'll say a few words about it today. And also what Polish nuclear power plants company, together with other entities, have done already in respect to that. For the environmental report, for example. Now, let's say a few words about the radiation. A lot of power plants are built globally, not only in Poland. Basically, the factor why the discussion about is so animated and have so many opponents, so much is that is this magic word, radiation. If not for radiation, then basically the construction of a power plant would be in the headlines of local press. The very word, thanks to very word of radiation, the level of the discussion, unfortunately, unnecessarily, is rising. The very word radiation causes fear among people. They're afraid of it. Why? Due to all sorts of historical factors, the Second World War, Chernobyl, Fukushima, and that fear that generally has been wound up by certain political turmoils, mainly during the Cold War, when there was a global trend to tell only bad things about radiation, so that we can associate only negatively, so that through the ballots it was possible in the West to force on the government's de-escalation of all sorts of conflicts within the during the Cold War. That was unfortunately followed by all sorts of myths related to ionizing radiation. We call it radiophobic. It's been coined quite recently as a term to this. Under this, we include all unfounded fears of people related to ionizing radiation. An example, cancers, blastoma cancers around nuclear plants. It was a fake news. Why? Because further research has demonstrated there's no higher morbidity around such facilities. So But if there's any signal like that in the media, it's always highlighted, wound up, because people are simply afraid of radiation. Why? Because there are myths about leukemia and other cancers. The problem is that our senses don't register it. So someone might say it's even worse, so we cannot defend ourselves against it. But why our senses don't register radiation? Because due to evolutionary reasons, radiation has never been threatening. If we have a tiger or any other wild predator, wild animal, our senses can defend us or at least mitigate the risk. In case of radiation, none of our senses can detect it. And there's no need for it. But obviously, we have to talk about radiation. Why? First of all, to demyth these stories, and by which to destroy all these myths. Without this ionizing radiation power plant, we wouldn't discuss it here. It would be just a regular power plant. But we have to talk about it. We have to clearly, yes, electric nuclear power plant emits radioactive substances. Oh yes, we are radioactive because in our bodies there are lots of all sorts of radioactive substances that permit our body for natural reasons. We eat, we drink, we breathe, we function in this world, which consists to the major part of the matter, including radioactive substances. And this is why, let's be frank, yes, nuclear power plants emit radiation also directly, but at the same time say, ladies and gentlemen, that other power plants also emit radioactive substances. Coal-fired plants, very much so. But the difference is that nuclear energy is fully responsible for the emitted radiation or substances, and it safeguards them. Unlike, for example, the coal energy sector, they don't care. Generally speaking, well, it's not that condensation. Yes, they're right if they say so. But as the previous speaker said, the thing is that nuclear energy fully safeguards population and employees against the harmful influence of higher radiation. Thanks to that, we can see such pictures, very popular, Professor, of people sunbathing, Almadrava, some beach at Vendeos. I visited personally, and it looks like that. It's in Spain. Well, we've already admitted that radioactive substances are present everywhere. Yes, different amounts, of course. Here we have the map of Poland, pretty old, but showing the results from 1990s. That have reflected, in this particular case, the strength of gamma, 1 meter above the ground in various spots. So we can see that the background simply varies depending on the location on the map in Poland. The south, generally speaking, shows slightly higher background, radiation background. Does it mean you have to be afraid of going to the mountains? On the contrary. We'll talk about it more later. But what's important is what we have in Pomerania, the seashore. Why it's so important? Our regulations that are based on international ones makes us focus to be careful about while building nuclear plant. We have to find the background radiation in a particular. There may be locations somewhere in the world, like Guarapari Beach, 27th or Ramsar in Iran, over 100 microsieverts per hour in certain locations, selected locations where this background is much higher. Here you don't see, well, Chernobyl in 2008, about 5-6 microsievert per hour. a couple of hundred from the fourth sarcophagus of the fourth reactor, the famous one. This demonstrates that from the perspective of the nuclear energy, nuclear power plants, where the doses are much smaller, it demonstrates that the influence of the natural irradiation fluctuation is much more important from the perspective of the radiation risk assessment than the emission of the radioactive substances by nuclear power plants. So, to quote the regulations binding for us, PJ and PPEJ-1, the same company renamed, and the ownership structure has changed, has made very detailed measurement of the natural background radiation in the location for the future, well, two locations, possibly Lubiatowo-Kopalino and Żarnowiec. In both places, very detailed measurements were done. It took us 2 years, and it was met by Silesian Environmental Radiometric Center of Katowice. Here we have an example of where the samples were taken, very different ones. If you want to learn about detailed methodology and the results that we obtain, it's all available online. It's our environmental impact report, where all this information is quoted directly. But anyway, thanks to the application of modern equipment, we could collect the maximum of the information possible about the level of natural radiation background in Lubiatowo-Kopalino and Żarnowiec. To comply with the regulations, of course, and secondly, for logical reasons, because if it turned out for geological reasons in the field there's locally higher background radiation, and if someone measured it many years after the commissioning, who would be the culprit? Of course, the nuclear power plant. So we need to measure the ground zero, even with certain fluctuations. First of all, to have the reference point for the future monitoring process. It's already planned for, at least partly. And secondly, to demonstrate that, well, see, the level is like this, so if someone measures it in some years, it doesn't change so much over a short period of time, to demonstrate it's not the power plant that has caused these values of the radioactive substance. That's how it was before. Maybe partly it's post-Chernobyl substance, but they are there right now, while the power plant has not been built yet. The results that we've obtained are, generally speaking, optimistic. There's nothing extraordinary there. The average background on the spot in Lubiatowo-Kopalino, in this particular example, is slightly lower than the national average. In this case, it's a strong 90 in samples of grains. You can find such charts in the environmental report, of course, of the PEJ. Yes. Well, so much about the background. On that, we build the nuclear power plant, and we check how it changes the background. Of course, it will modify it a little bit. As we said before, yes, it does emit radioactive substances, but we have to find out how does it relate to the current background. It's emitted radiation directly, as I said, so from radioactive substance in the power plant, including, first of all, the nuclear reactor, and indirectly as a result of certain routine releases of these radioactive substance, gaseous and fluid, that are present in any nuclear power plant, even in case of the nuclear research center in Świerk. That's something absolutely natural. What's important is that, of course, these releases are under full control, are being monitored, and they don't bear any threat to the local residents and, of course, the employees of a given center. We have calculated, it was done by National Nuclear Research Center, done on our behalf, that in case of with AP 1003 units, that's how we plan the Lubiatowo-Kopalino power plant. During its operation, regular operation, we can obtain an average resident living just across the fence would get an annual 0.0035 millisievert per annum. It's unmeasurable with normal dosimetric instruments that you can buy online. And it's disappearing in the within fluctuations of the background, and the annual natural is 2.5 of millisievert per annum. But as I've shown, it's changing, and not only depending on the geographic location, but also the season, depending on the season. From the escalation depend on the weather, so the natural fluctuation height, so they cover this dosage which can during the operation. And we're talking about 3 AP1000 reactors. Here we have the data you can find in the environmental report that we obtained them from the technology supplier, and about what kind of isotopes which are to be released during a regular operation. These are manageable gases. I'm not talking about the details. We have quite a bit of this data. All that, anyway, was simulated, and the results I have shown earlier. But beside the operation, we have emergency stages of phases, as mentioned by the first presenter. And such situations we have also analyzed through NCB National Center. Even though the probability of the occurrence of such a breakdown is next to none, but we are obliged to carry out very detailed analysis. How small is that probability? In case of an emergency, which is representative to plan for any breakdown, for emergency planning, the probability is less than that of a high meteorite falling on that location. So, but even for such a low probability, we are obliged to carry out relevant calculations, and we've done it. This red circle is the maximum range of the external emergency planning zone. That's how we define it. See, in Polish regulation, it's defined very precisely in the atomic law and relevant regulations to that act. We're talking about the heavy breakdown with when the reactor can melt. So the basic conclusion is that, well, this circle is pretty large, covering several villages or towns. But next time I will show you why is this. Because in fact, these calculations can calm you down, because they demonstrate that in case of such a heavy breakdown, hypothetical, there will be no need to displace people permanently. And here we break it down into different interventions. If you're interested, which are these intervention activities are the criteria to trigger them. I refer you to the Polish regulations. There is a regulation devoted to that, and based on those regulations, we have made our calculations. And the findings the maximum external zone is nothing more than the range of the table with iodium, the preventive measures that are to be taken. To give tablets to the population. So from the perspective of local evacuation, displacement, permanent or not permanent, is almost within the fence of the boundary of the plant. This is in case of such a breakdown, and this is the temporary displacement. So these are uninhabited areas anyway in this particular case. So basically, what can have an impact on the local community is either giving them, administering tablets, or banning or not feeding animals with contaminated food, or people where you may be ordered to stay indoors. That's within this blue circle. These are not the kind of intervention measures that can be scary to people. It's more of preventive measures. But again, let me repeat, this is the most pessimist scenario of a heavy breakdown considered under this within the scope of emergency planning. I'll refer you to the environmental report to find the details of our analysis. We've analyzed also our neighbors closer or further, so the transborder impact we're talking about here. And at the moment, we are in the discussion with the certain countries. We've had it with Germany. Now soon we'll discuss it. We'll have a meeting with Denmark and Austria. My team is responsible for, well, 80 or 90% of the discussion during those meetings, and to answer their questions, because these questions again lead to ionizing radiation. And the team I'm honored to run, that's on security, safety, is a dozen people with nuclear educational background, specialists responsible largely for the transborder consultation, among other things. And I'm smiling to my colleagues in the room. They smile back. To get back to this transborder stuff, thanks to the calculations by National Nuclear Research Center, ULINK, the Rodos code, and others, we could calculate the doses to be obtained by neighboring countries' residents in case of such a major breakdown. These are practically insignificant. There is no risk, radiation risk, for our neighbors. In case of an occurrence of such a hypothetical but major breakdown in Polish nuclear plant. To wrap it up, ionizing radiation, of course, is a constant component of our environment. There is no spot on the globe without it. So when you say, well, I'm afraid of radiation, well, so stay indoors. It's not a good... Well, you have ionizing radiation indoors as well. It's everywhere. In ourselves, in our bodies as well. There must be there, as we live in such an environment. And to make it clear, these radioactive substances in the environment are not a result of human activity. What we have in our environment after Chernobyl even breakdown is a fraction of what is a result of natural factors. Other than that, any nuclear power plant during its regular operation emits some radiation to the environment, but it's no threat. It's fully monitored, fully controlled, fully safeguarded. Of course, all the limits are set, determined with the nuclear supervisory body. But in case of a breakdown, probability of which is next to zero. These doses become high, but we are able to present it, to model it well. But in case of AP1000 reactor, and even if the core is melted, this emission will not cause the need for permanent displacement of the population. The worst case scenario is that you have to give the tablets with stable iodium within a small radius from the reactor. That would be the end of my presentation. Should any one of you has any question, please don't get in touch with me. This is my email address. As unfortunately, I'll have to leave you, so I won't hang around probably until the end of the session, but I'm very willing to answer the questions right now or via email. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, for highlighting the issues related to doses obtained by a power plant and around it. And now we have a Q&A session, some quick questions. Professor, over to you. Thank you. Andrzej Stupczyska and CBJ National Nuclear. Well, I would like to add to your great presentation, which has shed a lot of light on these difficult issues, that your assessments are pessimistic. So, in fact, in EPR reactor, the analysis, British analysis, presented to British supervisory body that even in case of mostly improbable of total melting of the core, outside of the plant, you don't need to evacuate people. So what we could see in our case, all different distances are those taken for the entire spectrum of all possible power plants, not only for the best one. And my second comment is that there are no clean radiation-free spots on the globe. Years ago, I wrote about the radiation threat caused by mountain sprints in the high Alps, where there was no Chernobyl problem. It was long after Chernobyl, but there was water carrying radionuclides from the peaks with certain dosage of radiation already. To answer these two comments, I'll answer with two comments. I encourage all you for mountain hiking. It's a very healthy form of leisure activity, but yes, these are data, of course, that according to the pessimization data have been done, highlighted. To show you what it really means in radiologic projections, I will give you an example. In medicine, for example, if we assume there's certain border dosages of narrowed down to those who live in the same building, where there is like medical X-ray lab, to calculate the width of the thickness of the wall. So X-ray with maximum time of operation during the day, and behind it's 306. There is a human being all year round, and if this thickness of the wall is sufficient, then we assume that it cannot be any worse. So it's this pessimistic or pessimization rule for the worst case scenarios, that there are no worse. So even following that rule, as it happens, these doses are very small. That means that that's the case. That's it. Thank you very much for your presentation. Anyone willing to ask a question? A brief one, please. The mic, please. The speaker is not waiting for the mic. We don't hear a word. Professor, you're all right, because in all the calculations we perform, we always take into account the most pessimistic conditions. But in relation to your presentation, I would like to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, a situation, the developments that happened over 40 years ago when I was at the Male faculty, and I worked with the energy specialists, and we went to visit the largest nuclear power plants in Europe. And in Germany, before the visit in such a power plant, we met a young man who was waiting for his turn for the visit. When he found out that we were pro-nuclear energy, he said, "It's impossible. How come? I'd rather die of hunger and cold than radiation." That was the reaction 40 odd years ago, before the our visit to one of the nuclear power plants in Germany. So I can't agree more that nuclear energy should be information should be given as you have given us. Professor, thank you very much for this comment, and I would like to thank Dr. Fornalski once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a lot about ionization. We have heard quite a lot so far about radiation and the doses and everything. Now, let us switch on to the production of pharmaceutics. Two ladies of the National Center for Nuclear Research, Polatum, are to go for the purpose. The first one to go is namely Izabela Cieszykowska, chemist of Polatum, these days, presently, in charge of the nuclide laboratory within that structure, author and co-author of several scientific publications, research publications, speaker, communicator, the whole number of international conferences and anything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this introduction. I am an BCJ worker indeed, and Polatum Isotopic Research Center in specific. I would like to drive away a little bit from nuclear as such in terms of power engineering for a while, by showing you the beneficial ionizing radiation and radionuclide uses in health as a broad concept. To be more specific, however, I would like to talk to you for a while about radiopharmaceutics, how to design a radiopharmaceutic, how to obtain it. So what is a radiopharmaceutic? Ladies and gentlemen, a radiopharmaceutic is a substance that is produced out of a chemical combination of two ingredients, one of them being radionuclide, and a radiating isotope, and the other one being is a ligand. It is gathered in some of the tissues. There is a linker to it, a linker factor, which usually is a compound, a complex compound, a comprehensive compound, which is a combination of a radioisotope and the ligand. Radiopharmaceutics use a variety of ligands, like peptides, antibodies. Very importantly, however, they should have a relation in terms of their bondage, ability to bond with the molecular target, to focus on a variety of cancer or tumor So ligand is ligand is a means of transportation, if you like, for a radiopharmaceutic to the target spot, if you like, and then the radionuclide starts operating. And how about the operation of a radiopharmaceutic as such? According to the Polish law of radiopharmaceutics, they are used in nuclear medicine, diagnostics, and therapy of most of all tumors and cancers. They are injected by ingestion and then digestion, getting into blood circulation system within a human organism, also by injection, together within the structure as described before, and it is used in diagnosing diseases like visualization of the tumor within a given organ. So the SPEC method is used, identifying single photons if the radiopharmaceutic emits the gamma or the radiation, or by use of positronic emission-based radio tomography. There can be alpha, beta, or gamma radiation used for to address pathological, to target pathological cells or tissues. Then we have what is called targeted radionuclide therapy. Here are some exemplary results of therapy of tumors, neuroendocrinic tumors. It is an analogon of supergnostatin, marked as PET. ITR 190, ITR 90 are used also for the purpose, and after the dosing, or maybe let me rephrase, characteristic about endocrinic tumors is the appearance of the endostatin substances. Here you can see the scanned organisms of the patient, the distribution of tumors, and before the therapy, 12 months afterwards, and 24 months afterwards, respectively, with a clear case of a regressing pathology or disease. Capsules of iodine 131 are typically used in therapy of thyroid gland therapies, normally supplied in lead containers with an applicator added, which is kind of pipe that enables swallowing, ingesting with no need to take the pill by hand, in hand. After the swallowing up, the iodine would get accumulated in the thyroid gland. Since the iodine emits both gamma and beta, it can be used for therapeutic purposes as well as for the thyroid gland pathologist therapy, both. So the diagnostic and therapeutic use of the therapy is based on the type of the radiation and the radionuclide contained in the means applied. This translates into the matter, or interacts with the surrounding matter, and therefore the effects, including its location within the tumor, after which the gamma gets out of the organism, of the body, thus providing us with an image of the tumored area, cancerized area. There are instances of molecular radiation which are short distance, and they are therefore used in the therapy because all the energy deposited out of the nuclear fission of such type of particles gets deposited within the tumor, which is the basis for the therapy, the basic concept behind it. Now, there are several questions around it, whether we are going to get a therapeutic or diagnostic pharmaceutical, whether we are going to use the SPECT method or the PET method. If we apply therapy, are we going to use alpha or beta or gamma? What sort of it? Larger tumors, more advanced tumors, would require the application of stronger, more efficient, and thus more efficient beta rays. What sort of molecular target is it going to be attached to? That's another question. And what kind of mechanism of pharmaceutic gathering are we going to achieve? And based on that, we can synthesize the ligand to effectively target our target. So nucleic acids, peptides, antibodies can be used for the purpose. Above all, there is a whole array of ligands to be used, like low particle chemical compounds with good penetration through the cell films, or a peptide might be used, which is characterized by high biological activity and theranostic activity, so-called. So both diagnostic emitter, the isotope and therapeutic isotope can be attached to it. Specificity and high relation with the target can be drawn upon, as well as the nano particles whose transportation qualities are to be appreciated. What are the basic methods of producing radioisotopes? Research reactors. As to the reactors, the first mentioned method, such a reactor is based on the reaction of fission of uranium-235 as a result of the neutron action, and smaller and smaller atoms of lesser sized elements are also produced as a side effect. Molybdenum 99 or J1I, in English I131, can be used for a variety of medical, including therapeutic purposes, as final products of uranium fission. And gamma reaction produces like HOLMO 166, for instance, which is an emitter of beta, this being a reaction of direct obtaining of the isotope, but indirect methods can also be used, like here is a shield made of dysprose 166, which is radiating, which has a radiation quality in itself, and it can be transformed into HOLM 166. There is one such research reactor in Poland, which is Maria of Świerk, outside of Warsaw, in operation for more than 50 years now, apparently. Polatum facilities are located very next to it. This is where I work, really. So what I've said so far is one thing, but the actual use of the radioisotope in radiotherapy and other types of therapies includes a whole set of stages, imbuing it with pharmaceutical form, separating, identifying, this is what we deal with at Polatum, actually. Radioactive isotopes can also be obtained using a cyclotron, otherwise called a cyclic or cyclical accelerator, being an appliance used for accelerating particles with a load, like protons, particles, deuterons, and thus furnishing them with enormous energy. Such particles bang against the board, the shield material, and as a result of the reaction and radiating radioactive isotope is produced. This map shows you where over 70 nuclear medicine centers are deployed in Poland, all of them using either SPECT-CT or PET-CT or PET-MRI scanners. They operate under the CERAD, which is a Center for Designing and Synthesizing Radiopharmaceuticals, the official Polish authority in this respect. It contains in its name molecularly directed pharmaceutics, to be even more specific. So it works under the EU-funded operational program of smart development and so on and so forth. Here is a list of radioactive isotopes that we intend to produce, and the finishing works you could see on this previous picture on the CERAD new modern laboratory and research and development center at the same time, which is under construction these days. As to the radionuclide generator itself, it is a device that contains the parent, if you like, or matrix isotope that gets decomposed down to its derivative, radionuclide, whose half-life is shorter generally, and the generator allows to use short-lived isotopes, radioactive ones, far from where they were originally produced. We have run out of time, so if you could wrap up, please. Yes, I will. Here are listed the generally used radionuclide generators, 99M0, 60 EGE, and so on. They would use, for instance, sodium pertechnetate. The other one would use sodium periate, gallium chloride. Also, actinides and lanthanides are involved. Nuclear medicine uses these products and these solutions a great deal. Just to end with pictures from our Polatum R&D center, chambers used for the purpose, for producing other radioactive isotopes, and to end with really scans, exemplary scans. We've run out of time. I'm sorry to say. We have our limits. Just a couple of pictures then of what kind of images, what kind of scans are used for the to show, to picture the pathologies, to diagnose them, to identify them first of all with the use of pharmaceuticals. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, dear lady. I think that we'll leave the Q&A session for later. I'm sorry I've been so cruel in stopping you, but there is going to be one more Polatum presentation coming in a moment. So maybe after those two presentations, both of you will be asked questions, if any. Now Violeta Wojdowska, Dr. Violeta Wojdowska will be kindly asked to come over to take the floor. Doctor in chemistry, she presently presides the Radiopharmaceuticals laboratory at Polatum. And please keep the time limit.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this. I'm going to tell you about radiopharmaceuticals. It's a continuation of the previous presentation, how to implement, to apply to the patient, the pharmaceutical. The drug development process starts with an idea, and an idea is nothing else than a need that hasn't been satisfied. So lack of available drug, or the drug is available but not effective, but causes side effects which are really harmful or serious. The process to obtain a drug medicine is a multi-stage and complex one. Why? First of all, because a disease is an enemy, very serious enemy, and mechanism of its development is very difficult, not obvious, and requires a lot of examination, lots of research. Plus safety and security, effectiveness. These parameters require a lot of work and time between preclinical and clinical trials. And the next stage, which is a crowning one, when it's approved, is that of the registration. It also takes time, hence such a long period from the idea to the implementation. Generally speaking, we can divide the drugs, and it covers prescription and OTC drugs. We as pharmaceutical manufacturers use classification that is about registration. So we divide them then to innovative, then generic, original, and those with well-established use ones. The original product is where it was approved based on full accreditation, full research, pharmacologic and clinical research, and they demonstrated the product has a quality, is effective and safe. It's an original. Generic is the one that has the same quality and number of the amount as to the composition of the active substance pharmaceutically as the reference product, the original one, and as compared to the by tests. And the well-established one is a substance or drug used for a long time, at least for 10 years, and when there is no need to examine it carefully, because then it's been tested on a large number of patients as effective and safe. All the medical products must meet certain criteria, whether they under the directive or the pharmaceutical law or the or EMA guidelines or ICH. Due to the fact that the first stage, the conceptual phase, that the discussion was partly discussed by my colleague, I will focus on the drug development stage, which covers preclinical tests and clinical trials. These are in vitro tests at the level of a cell, then in vivo on animals, and then clinical trials and the approval in the registration process. preclinical tests is to give a pre-assessment of safety and effectiveness before it's administered to people. It's on the cells and tissues and tests using animals. In vitro tests relate to the effect on the cell. At this stage, we test how it works, how can candidate drug and how specifically it binds, it joins the cell, how close it is to the receptors. The next type of tests are, these are in vivo, not in vitro. So it's to determine the safety profile on animals. Of course, you can use very many animal models. Nevertheless, in practice, most often are rodents because they are available, cheap, and easy to keep. Most often mice or rats are used here. In vitro tests provide information about pharmacokinetics, so the distribution, metabolism, elimination, pharmacodynamics, so dependence on the dose and dose versus effect, and toxicity to determine safe doses. At this stage of preclinical trials, having already characterized the particle and knowing about the effectiveness from in vitro and in vivo tests, you have to look for a patent protection, because patents gives you up to 20 years of exclusive right to produce. So the manufacturers usually know whenever there is a possibility, of course, they apply for intellectual property protection, which is patent. Next stage is to dependent pharmaceutical scale-up. We go up to another scale, to the GMP, a good manufacturing practice. Having it in a shape of a drug, we can think about clinical trials. But in order to do that, you have to obtain approval to carry out such trials. Of course, clinical trials is nothing else than research experiments with participation of people. You obtain this from the president of the drugs and so on, registration office, medical and biocides products. Then we can plan clinical trials. They cover 4 stages. Each of those has different purpose and different people targeted or include. The first one determines potential toxicity, minimum and maximum dose, and all pharmaceutical features. In that stage, you have patients, volunteers. Second one is to confirm the effectiveness. Then it's on a small group of ill patients, up to several dozen. Third stage confirms the activity on a larger population of sick people and verifies the effectiveness and safety of the therapy as compared to reference drugs. And the last stage, it's usually following registration determines whether it's safe for all the groups in all the types of diseases. So we're driving towards the registration. If it goes successfully through all these stages, we get to reach the registration stage. Registration is done based on documents, including all information, also the research test finding. It's time-consuming, it's laborious. All these documents are submitted together with the application to the registration office. And the decision of course, is issued by the president of that office. If the drug is to be allowed for the other part of Europe or the world, then you need additional registration processes. And having registered it, only then it can be placed in the marketplace. If we talk about drugs produced in Poland or in Europe, in Central and Eastern Europe, these are mainly generics. And the reason is simple: they are much cheaper, and the process takes much less time. As to innovative, these leaders are the US. That would be all about my very brief presentation, how to develop the drug. Thank you very much for your attention. I would also like to thank you for an interesting and very efficient presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're free to ask your questions. You can address both presenters should you have any questions. This presentation sounded very scientifically and specialistically, even though, okay, over to you. Good. My name is Daria Sikowska. I have one question, or maybe two. Talking about this presentation, radiopharmaceuticals are, is it very difficult to obtain poor result in the brain? It's very difficult place, location. Second one, are there any specific radiopharmaceuticals that our Poland Sphere produces and distributes? Could you list 5 or more? Thank you. To answer your first question, there's a problem if it does not crosses the barrier blood-brain. We're talking about therapeutic or diagnostic drugs for tumors, brain tumors. There is a problem there, and in case of that kind of tumor, our experience with pharmaceuticals is that the active substance, in this case AP with lithium, is administered directly. So where the tumor is directly, you administer it directly. It's not intravenously like in case of most of pharmaceuticals, but directly to the tumor in the brain. As to second question, maybe my at Polatom, in fact, is the largest distributor of the iodium 131, for example, capsules. We are very well known we also create solutions of radioisotopic isotopes, solutions for direct marking, like lutapol chapel, the lutetium-179 and yttrium-90, if I hear correctly, used in of neuroendocrinologic tumors. Since 2019, we've had clinical trials using new particles and radioactive isotopes. One of these is a commercial test, and all the others, well, it's quite costly. Other clinicals are not commercial, financed by the well, for research. Any other question? Professor has a question. So, Wacław Gutowski. It will be a difficult one. Don't you have an impression that radiopharmaceuticals are our lost or not very well used opportunity? Well, not lost for sure, but you're right, not sufficiently used, as these drugs are used after several stages of treatment when other therapeutic methods don't bring results. For example, these endocrinic tumors, neuroendocrine tumors, where you can use qualify the patients who have no operational tumors, where chemotherapy has not worked, where they just were treated without radioactive isotope, and where there was no regression of the disease. So they have gone through a long path already. Usually, pharmaceutical is not the drug of first choice. I'll give you the reason for my question. Having the Maria reactor and having a good accelerator, we could be a power. But just an example from Europe, my good colleague in 2002 set up an advanced accelerator application. In 2015, he went public. 2022, he sold it to Novartis for $4 billion, and the company is worth $8 billion. So you have to focus on product manufacturing. And we are in certain fields suppliers of semi-products or why not making an end product? As to production and sale, it's up to the customer and the demand. So simply maybe more of such meetings we need to disseminate this knowledge to do it. There are certain procedures that we cannot overcome. The refunds, for example. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you, both ladies. Maybe it's not sufficiently used an opportunity. We have a high-level research at Polatom and also chemistry and nuclear technology institute, but it would be worthwhile to be able to sell the results, and we need managers here, not only good researchers here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the radiopharmaceuticals, how to waste this nuclear waste. Nuclear waste. And now we have today a presentation by Marcin Kwaśniewski, who will tell us about radioactive waste management. Marcin worked for the radioactive waste management plant for many years. He's dealing with used fuel, which is of the highest public concern. He also removes the radiation results, effects, and he's also active in training with public administration in protection against threats and hazards. He was awarded with medal. So over to you with your.
The title of my presentation, thank you very much for this introduction, which covers neutralization of radioactive waste, radio waste. It doesn't cover the whole array of activities that our plant, our organization deals with. I will try to provide you with a profile. You could see it on the opening page, ZUOP, which is our neutralization establishment. It was originally set up as a public utility organization located in Otwock Świerk, not far from Warsaw, for the purpose of dealing with radioactive waste, communicating with locals and with the society in more general terms. Otwock Świerk, as I said, is our main location. The facilities included three nuclear facilities, EVA, the reactor under decommissioning, and two storage tanks for marked in 1998 for spent fuel storing. We are to be more specific, located in facility terms in the locality called Różan. To be more specific, proper packaging, barreling, etc. of waste is key, is crucial, so that any possible potential danger, lack of safety, anything might be avoided. We are allowed to move using such vans and other trucks if required, using public roads, pressing warm or hot materials and other types of processing are included as part of our activities. Here is the technological boxes, filtration installations, reverse osmosis systems, and chamber, an evaporating and fraction separating installation is also visible. As to storage itself, we have a whole lot of storages to store waste in or at. We are a ground area for short-lived, low and medium active waste. According to the universal classification, we can temporarily store such waste. We are thinking about providing for deep storage facility. This is based on the political decisions to be taken. It's a matter of the future. High active is also temporarily stored nuclear spent fuel coming from EVA reactor, basically on this picture. Thanks to the initiative of the US government, the radioactive fuel has been sent once to the producer country for processing. This program, quite huge as it was, covered quite a part of Europe. It consisted in sending the possible threat in the form of spent fuel, so that it may not anymore be of a potential danger, including terroristic danger. The Różan-based site, yard, is a 3-hectare area. It is a former Tsarist fort adapted for the purpose. It has been in operation for 60 years now. It is a surface or a ground yard. Today, it is planned that it be decommissioned and closed down in a near future. Yet another challenge for us is to find a new location and to form a new storage yard, where to keep such nuclear waste, also by adapting on a long-term basis such a facility to the needs of possibly storing SMR waste, so waste coming from small modular reactors. Our plant is also involved in eliminating the effects of radiation-related events. It doesn't really have to be a radiation event. It can be a contamination, restoring a facility to its useful value, restoring its operability. So such cases are also possible. Here are some real-life pictures. A source that's been identified underneath the ground fossils, including uranium, a shield vessel with a stolen source, radioactive source. Also, there is a compass with a radium paint used for the purpose. Such artifacts were often traded, as a shady business, well, underground, inverted commas, without any control, circulating somewhere. And our establishment, our organization, has been set up also to protect the evidence. So if the police or the public prosecutor is in need of such material, piece of waste, for it to be protected, for it to be stored, we are capable of doing so. Lastly, we are training provider, we are information provider, communicator. You're welcome to participate in our open days, so-called. This is just one of the examples here on the picture. As regards radiation events, what is a radiation event? To be very brief, it is an untypical situation or event or incident related to a source of ionizing radiation and calling for immediate action, intervention action to be taken in order to alleviate any serious unwelcome effects with adverse effects to human health, human safety, quality of property, quality of the environment, or to minimize the risk that could lead to some serious, very much unwelcome effects. That's regulated in the respective laws. Basically, it's the atom law in the Polish realities. An exemplary incident took place in 2022 in the Lower Silesian region, which was pictured a moment ago, and I'm just resuming it now, taking it as an example. There was a gentleman representing a business buying scrap metal. Well, please visit us, he said, and take away something which looks like radiation generating a piece of waste. Some dispatch service has brought it. There was a gate provided at that yard that he operated, a dosimetric gate. So the Center of Radiation Incidents of the Polish Atom Research Agency was called, and the event was reported. The package has not been opened, and the picture portrayed the sending person rather than the object. After we opened the piece of mail, the only thing that we actually got is this measurement by the meter, which did not indicate anything really. Let me be more specific. 5838 impulses of what? Of what kind of hazard? Of what kind of radiation? What kind of effect? Some radiation? Yes, okay, but whatever else? We don't know. There was a sticker with some details specifying the masses of the color metals that has been classified. That might have indicated that it was defragmented, that particular appliance, apparently an appliance. So such an appliance or device has its energetic scope, if you like. It has its scaling data as 84 microsievert should have been shown, should have been displayed. This is not telling us anything. If we take a look, the analog scale was stuck. The meter was measuring something, not knowing what it was, unable to identify what it was. Apparently, the appliance turned out to be, as is customary, I would say, with radiation incidents. It referred us back to some old times. Appliances used in medicine, in research, without the necessary supervision or adequate supervision, as opposed to our time. So that particular appliance would be dated to the 80s, if not earlier. It was obtained from the neighbor of the dismantler who had reported the event to us. We assumed that it was a kind of laboratory appliance, whatever it was. The structure of it, I don't know if it triggers any association in you, but we found it to be a chromatograph head. It's like a large microwave oven of sorts. So again, we sort of confirmed the dating to ourselves. Chromatographs use beta radiation. So there is a radioactive foil that emits beta particles, and they usually use nickel 33. So we measured its reach in the air, which did not exceed any dangerous ceiling. While unpacked, we could find a foil which is cut up, varnished kind of substance, layer. The amount of the substance has been released just by the cutting and nothing else. The nickel, just 30 centimeters of it. So shorter than I thought. So a radiation vent includes a whole lot of bricks that you have to build something up with. So before our crew comes over where the incident is reported, we should know at least something, some basic details. There was a shed, a kind of barn, if you prefer, where the cutting took place. So we got there, finally. The dosage received was 102 of something, of microsieverts, of what kind of radiation we didn't know, or a mixture of something. We then got a picture of a large piece of land, rather a large area. This radiation might have exceeded the limit of that area. All of a sudden we find a barn, a shed if you like, a greenhouse, which is not there on the map. There was a building where a second person resided, or temporarily resided. So there were two metal cutters. Apparently, our initial action was reduced to securing the area. We delineated the red, the most dangerous, the most threatened zone, and separate the clean measured area, whereas the remainder of the area was left for further investigation. On the spot, we found a number of gadgets within the shed. The gentleman collected things. He was a gardener. He was a scrap metal fan, apparently. Great. In bags. Everything contained in bags, but he only had packed it a week before, so every single millimeter had to be measured. So how about removing, rectifying the effects of such an incident? Decontamination. This is the procedure used for removing or minimizing the contamination using standardized methods, of course. What is the contamination as versus to exposure? Exposure can be short time one, short-lived. To the left, you have a indicative illustration, and contamination can get into your body and even chemically impact your organism, your health, and so on and so forth. So this revolves around the very basics of the contamination, like not allowing to the contaminated area to increase, to expand, avoid unjustified exposure of people, localize, secure, make safe, remove the potential source, never ever allow for more contamination, use the standardized methods, and so on and so forth. I'm sorry about these rough drawings. They were produced on a working basis as we went on, using very simple software, very simple instruments, just for us to get informed and to employ action on spot. Clean, threatened, control, investigation sections have all been identified, everything to protect ourselves from a variety of exposures. Personal protection means were taken grass, moss, all this upper level had to be cleansed, if not removed. The greenhouse was identified as the hot spot, so we had to remove objects from there, like a bed, like a whole lot of containers. Now, how to remove grass in order to contain the potential expansion of radiation. This is the way you do it, rolling up rather than digging with a shovel. Well, instances of threats to health, you obviously know a lot, having been properly trained with regards to health hazards and so on. What did we do? Altogether 8 cubic meters, or even more than that, of potentially endangered, potentially dangerous stuff has been removed. This was mainly grass. We did use a Hoover, but to no complete avail. The Central Laboratory of Radiological Protection and the NCBJ lab both confirmed the presence of strontium-90. That object was identified as one of the chromatographs working in the early 90s, mind you, still working, still in operation there, based on that particular isotope. The activity of those cut up or cut out foils was not very high, but was not low at all, with potential effects measurable and to be avoided. Those was measured that the person who did the cutting received. So I know the rate, but I can't, because of the confidentiality of medical data, I cannot share that with you. Not very dangerous, but still, he got something. So the activity of the cutout foil of strontium-90 was estimated as 200 odd microbecquerels, and the potential threat of the patient was assessed based on the changes in the blood of that guy. It was a boy, actually, a teenager, and reticulocytes have seen a drop in the area concerned. So just to show you a real life example. Thank you very much indeed. In case of any questions, I'm available to you. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for rendering more familiar to us the activities of the plant. Any questions from you, dear ladies and gentlemen? You're welcome to ask them now. Urszula Dudek. How often such interventions happen? Do they happen in some voivodeships or regions or areas more frequently compared to the others? For instance, we are the very last cell in this train of events, in this chain. There is no clear-cut division into voivodeships, cities, towns, localities, whatever. Certainly, industrial areas, more industrial area like scrap metal, yards, or I don't know, metalworks industry, plants or establishments or other like, are more jeopardized. That event that I showed to you, it was a kind of typical, I don't know, civil life accident that tends to happen quite irregularly. Professor Kudowski, how about civil responsibility? If someone, is identified as a proprietor, it is quite a costly operation, isn't it? So how, yes, very. So how about their responsibility, accountability? Well, it is always liable to be judged, to be assessed and evaluated by the public prosecutor's office. There are some punishments provided for, theoretically. I cannot tell you how about this particular event, because it has never ever happened in my career, for instance, that anyone would have been punished. However deliberate such activities are, or might be judged as such. I cannot remember any such case that someone has borne consequences of such dealings. Let me ask, maybe, as a last point, how does your organization prepare, how are you getting prepared for the installation of so many nuclear facilities across Poland in the very near future? Our task mainly is to find the new location for a new yard for ourselves and to construct it. As I said, this is a long-term process in itself, and works are ongoing, consisting in communicating to the local society, to the locals, local societies, communities rather, for them to consult whether they are okay with such a facility being built not far from where they live. Thank you very much indeed for this presentation, for the whole series of presentations so far in this morning session, or pre-lunch session. Thank you once again indeed, all of you, dear contributors. And I would like to ask you to stay for a little while at this room. Mr. Jacek Baurski has a message to you, to us. Jacek, be brief, and we're listening to you carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. once again. The first thing I would like to say is my great thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be with them, with you, dear ladies and gentlemen, yesterday and today. I can see many young and smiley faces. But there comes the time, sometimes, to say something more, something else. I have 55 years in energy and power engineering. I am not a lab representative. My milieu is industry, basically, and my background, which is somewhat meaningful. Two things I would like to share with you very briefly. Quarter 2 and quarter 3, as Mr. Dobrzyński and Mr. Szydło said yesterday, are due to see, these 2 quarters, talks with Westinghouse and Bechtel, and further steps are being conceived. It would be nonsensical to skip over such important events and just walk our own way, because this revolves around the schedule for our first NPP ever. An example from my life: I was a construction engineer responsible for the construction of Dolna Odra, Lower Odra power plant, for instance, and then I was told to switch to nuclear. I was never a member of no political party, never ever. I've been member of the Solidarity trade union, though, for years, until now. The 70s up to mid-80s saw construction of Dolna Odra, Kozienice, Połaniec, altogether 63 200 megawatt units built by us. Kozienice, Central Poland, Dolna Odra, each delivered 4 units within 12 months. Huge effort, very well organized, enterprise-wise. It was called Union of, the structure was called the Union of NP, Construction and Industry. Today, there is no such central organization or structure in place. But I should think that it would be ideal, or very good, at least, that those talks to take place with Westinghouse and Bechtel. One such session to be held in quarter 2, the other one in quarter 3, could have the construction schedule attached to them, accompanying those projects. The investor, the general contractor, in both cases that I've been through, had compiled a schedule for the construction consisting of events, sub-events. There were engineers who have unrolled a great, huge sheet of paper, deploying on that sheet of paper the whole thing. so that all the contractors and subcontractors could see of what was happening at a given single stage. Westinghouse has such schedules. They had a particular detailed schedule for the China project. I think that would complement in a reasonable way what is planned, what is projected for those talks of quarter 2 and 3. I've mentioned the Vanna thing, remember? Like 2 years ago or something. The IAEA should do the reviews, so-called peer reviews for safety and security of NPPs, being expert site visits done to determine on an expertise basis which section works well, which requires some rectification or correction or whatever improvement. So this to be certified, the Atomic Agency, the owner of the NPP, to receive such certificates. After Chernobyl incident, the world gathered in order to establish an organization to help IAEA in their controlling proceedings, operation proceedings. Poland was asked to take part, or whether its authorities were ready to take part. But those authorities said yes. The Ministry of Industry was ultimately charged with the task. So I was part of I was made part of the story then. And as a result, the founding act for the International Association for Operation of Nuclear Power Plants, VANO, this being the abbreviation that we use, that has expanded for the for United States, for Russia, partly for Asia and elsewhere. Moscow was one of the headquarters, became one of the headquarters, just to endorse the nuclear developments. The Brezhnev era came in, very short. Here I've got a kind of poster where Vano is represented, and Poland in specific is represented by Polish Power Grid, Polskie Sieci Elektroenergetyczne, a joint stock company. On the flip side, there is the breakdown of the governing boards. I'm part of the picture. My name is there. Just to share with you, once again, thank you very much for having invited me. Thank you very much for having noticed me as part of the picture. Thanks very much. Nie, Andrzej, już jest obiad. Spokojnie.
Witam Państwa na sesji popołudniowej.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back during the... And I have two pieces of very good information. It's only 3.5 hours left till the end of our... And the second piece of news is that very interesting presentations are in front of us. The first one will be about the specific nature of nuclear energy on behalf of the Polish project in the context of technical and organizational procedures to maintain operation and service of a nuclear plant. It will be presented by Mr. Wojciech, President Wojciech Majka. He's the President, Managing Director at ECOL of Rygnik. It used to be a power plant, well, a company that has stamped a spin-off from, he's a graduate from Gliwice University of Technology. Great greetings to them. He's a member of an association of engineers, lubrication engineers. That was a wordplay Polish joke. From the beginning of his work, he's dealt with lubrication and, generally speaking, oil and so on, servicing and reliability of technical devices. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad that there are still quite a few people after lunch. I would like to share with you some observations, some comments on how you work in nuclear power plants. I'm not going to talk about the construction stage. We are responsible for the operation and maintenance of the machinery. But, well, as there's things to be done, hence our thanks, and I would like to thank for the invitation. I'd like to thank the organizers. Now a few words about our company, what we do. We are a company that maintains the operation it's narrowed down, providing lubrication and the cog-related stuff. To maintain them properly, you have to look after them. You have to maintain them all the time. So it's a core part of our activity. We work mainly for the big plants, chemical industry, energy industry, and so on. It's not only limited to the conventional stuff, like wind turbines, we also service them as well. So we provide lubrication and so give oil into good hands, to be brief. We have large-scale labs and tripology. We also provide chemical service, a conventional or a nuclear plant process, lots of agents, water, steam, where you have to work on cleanliness, chemical cleanliness, and so on. So we deal with chemical purity. We provide lubricants while servicing. We use them with specialists mainly in turbine oils, the transformer or switchboard oils. We also deal with the specialists in technologies to clean conventional, non-conventional, like the vessels, the boilers, the exhausts, the ashes, and internal installation and pipe work. We also promote the knowledge. We provide training. We hire nearly 400 specialists in the company, 3 locations globally right now. We have the headquarters in Poland, but we have a business unit in Czechia. dedicated mainly to nuclear energy. That's where we started, and also in the US, but we work where the customer is. We are a service company, so we provide services where customers have their operation. Our headquarters is in Rybnik. Working in any sector, you must have some fundamental skills supported by certificates or licenses. Working in our specific energy sector, it's all related to both technical supervision, like water processing, waste management, quality certificates, safety certificates. In the context of latest presentation, it's very important that work in these plants is understanding process, not only technical, physical process, but also, and first of all, organizational processes, how to organize work in nuclear plants. It's very hard. To be able to work there, you have to understand it's a process that you can arrange and audit and be subject to audit. In Poland, we work through several lubricating services. We provide diagnostics, cleaning systems, and chemical service as well. I hope these presentations will be downloadable, so I'm not going to expand too much on what we do. Out of 400 people who work for us, about 300, are those who work in the field, on the facilities, outsourced or periodically during project or overhaul sessions. We started as a division of restructured power plant of Rybnik. It was the first one, Project 991 for Rybnik. From then, over 30 years, we've had already about 30 projects. They are accruing. So high specialty and service quality really counts. This is the distribution on the map of Poland. We are where the power plants are. A lot is going on in the digitization of servicing process. I'm not talking about measuring or online automation, but also how you manage the workflow in the facility. Do I take notes manually, walking around, or in what computer systems it's there? But so we use ICT, of tags and RFID to use the paper as least as possible. What I'm proud of is that every day through our hands, we have about 25,000 devices that we service, looking after them so that they work reliably and faultlessly. We clean hydrodynamically turbines and the installations, all the big nuclear power plants, these turbines like 1,300 megawatt. These are sets of 100 or more cubic meters of oils. So cleaning it up to a certain level, it's a specific process. We do it very intensively. We have projects, lots in conventional, but also nuclear power plants in Czechia, Slovakia, even Russia until recently, Ukraine. The war has stopped the former. We supply turbine oils as they are needed. We do it, and I'm very proud also with Polish manufacturers. Lotus Oil soon will be merged with Orlen, so it will be Orlen Oil. So this legacy of Polish products will be maintained. It shows that Polish products are doing well in the market. Special purpose cleaning, so using water such a way that it can be a cleaning agent. High pressure, let's say, cleaner times 1,000, not a supermarket one. Diagnostics, laboratories, all that is used at different times in the nuclear sector. We hope that our experiences will be well in line with the development of our company, but also our sector in the new projects being or to be implemented on large scale in Poland. I think few of us really realize once all that happens, these two big systemic, one in the north and one in Konik, and a dozen of SMRs at one point in time, this will be a revolution also for the servicing companies, but especially for them. These are projects to operate with the life cycle for dozens of years. So entering them, it means that you can cooperate with these customers for over a very long period of time. What's the specific nature of this sector? Access to the sector is very difficult. First of all, it's non-existent in Poland yet, so we have to struggle on abroad in more or less mature market. The specificity in this nuclear radiative part and the conventional, the secondary, is complex. Organizations, staff requirements are complex. Project development is more requiring than in classical projects in classical energy sector. Safety aspect looks different, both that with health and safety, purely speaking, but also that related to the facility, so anti-terrorist and so on, and the specific nature of the facilities. We keep on working in Czech, Temelin and Dukovany plants. We have permanent servicing plants. We're there almost every day. It's done mainly by the Czech team of ours, and many ad hoc projects in Slovakia. Now Ukraine has stopped for obvious reasons for us. But there's great expectations. These power plants need servicing. Very few can go there, but they cannot, even if they can stay only for a very short time just to maintain the operation. I hope that once the war is over, the market opens, it will have great demand to develop new services. We've used to have interesting experience in Russia, but for a long time, I think from now, it will be a blind spot in the map. Selected success factors to access this sector. It's the value of the brand, the goodwill, not only in this context, I'm talking about my company. It's easier when the brand is well known, to be a reference point that we've done something in conventional, specific refinery or power plant in conventional sector gives you access. So work with OEMs is very important. Understanding of specific nature of complex energy projects. For those players who take part in the construction of conventional power plants in Poland, it will be much easier and easier understanding to how to tackle this. Well, what's important is the plant management system. Scale of responsibility, transparency is very important to the customer. So you cannot sell easily a product without a management system. And you know that there are all sorts of conferences to suppliers by Westinghouse or EDF or Korean companies who also signed contract for cooperation on cooperation with Westinghouse and Korean companies. You have to be up to date. But you have to bear it in mind. It's not guaranteed that, well, in 7 years you'll have to clean something and we'll knock on the door. Yes, we're ready to clean. They say, well, where were you 7 years ago when there was the time of entrance? A readiness to meet specific requirements of this sector is important. What the customer requires, or the contractor and then the operator, they will have specific requirements. You have to meet them. That's either or. You may be a great guy, but if you can't, we can't hire you. We've had some situations that you have to make available very details of our know-how, of course, having signed the confidentiality clause. But in this sector, sometimes you have to display everything. Being ready to test, to do the R&D stuff and so on. It's not often that you can implement something new without a major discussion. You have to prove things, and you have to be formally qualified as a supplier. Nuclear power plants and the sector as such are very highly regulated. Large part of this conference and this school has been devoted to that. So the complex procedures of planning, research and organization is important, and we have to realize that. So it requires a lot of bureaucracy from companies, from the entities that are willing to enter. We, again, are preparing something for the future, but it has to be streamlined. Projects in the nuclear sector are treated as priority as concerned to other sectors. So once there's something done here, it's well planned. So once you are in the sector, it's very stable for your business. It's not for a week or two, but often for many years. And we work on that to have an anchor in this sector. Our experience with nuclear power plants were quite accidental. Originally, at Temelin, one of the engines running the emergency power generator broke down, so we had to clean it. It was a diesel engine, very big, and through technological shortcuts we entered the project, and that's how it all started. We liked it, the customer liked what we did, so we've stayed for a longer while. And now we are purposefully developing it. Specific nature of projects, under construction and operating plant. These are huge differences. The one under construction, technically, like any construction, some other regimes, some other quality requirements, but still it's a construction. While operation is when the machinery is working, the reactor is active. You need staff with special licenses or even tests or no criminal records, psychological tests and so on. And we were surprised at the beginning that access for servicemen to such power plants in Czech, Ukrainian or Slovakian involved one-to-one audit, often with an interpreter. They verified all sorts of things in candidate to avoid something, so that someone who would make a silly thing. After the outbreak of the war, these safeguards are even stricter. There are zones where they don't tolerate foreign nationals. We had the problem that our Polish staffers, even though experienced, individual plants were not allowed. That's why we have this Czech subsidiary or contractor. And there's nothing. No, it's not about supporting Czech economy by the Czechs, but that's objective. So the local conditions can be very important for the selection system or qualification is complex. Every company has a slightly different one. You may like it or not, but by the end of the day, it will be the same. There's a classification of the suppliers, different sectors, different stages. It will vary. So that's why I'm so glad that IGEOS, with the Ministry of Climate, deliver training to prepare Polish sector, Polish companies, so that they can understand what prospect customers expect from them. Dr. Please is a good spirit in this sector. This sector is growing, but it needs support at the same time. It's a thing that is different than in conventional power plants, that employees are more exposed to radiation. I'm talking about special situations where you have to enter the steam generator or some other pieces of machinery. Normally we don't think about it. Once we have this dosimeter and it starts picking and shows the dosage, even though it's safe, it's under supervision of radiologists, it's an unnatural feeling among the personnel. We had a problem. They were afraid, some were afraid, thinking that this dosage would be hazardous to them, causing potential problems. From my perspective, it's a good thing. Planning is binding. In nuclear power plants, you almost don't do things without planning. Everything is scheduled. There are many control checks, and it streamlines the organizations. So in these plants, you have a lot of planning specialists, planists, supervising engineers who make sure that it's not only technological process, but also you provide for effectiveness and efficiency of the action taken. There are places where the safety procedures are important enough so that our projects are much slower than in conventional sector. In the conventional sector, what you can do with 2 people in a day, in a nuclear plant, it can take 2 or 3 days with 4 people, using 4 people. Due to the sluice, the guides, and so on, it makes a difference. And talking about that also from the perspective for financial planning, what can cost normally $1 million, the same RFP may total twice as much or more. So the work regime is important. So you have to take part in training, making us suppliers aware what it is all about. What is also important are linguistic things. In Poland it will be easier because we are here, so projects will be largely Polish language will be forced on us. And the construction site it will be different, but for Polish companies working abroad, it's a challenge because we work and use the local languages. It's a matter of interpreters, translators, those who can be fluent and can grasp the facility on the spot, in the field. Logistics, devices, people, all the transfers through the gate. It's also a major issue. It happened that as we work also in the radioactive zones close to the reactor, that our devices were, say, contaminated, and we had to drop it there. They have systems to stock. Well, it's not harmful while using it for a short time, but nevertheless you cannot take it back. It's radioactive enough. So we may need a device like a vacuum cleaner. No, 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 don't take it. I have 50 more from other projects to be used. So you have to bear it in mind while citing. You have to think about it in advance. I'm talking about extreme cases, but it has happened to us, like the hoses, the particles which were radioactive. So you could not take these noses back. As to regulations, you can, well, if you don't comply, there are very restrictive regulations, and it's good because even though sometimes you are full of fantasy and chivalry, but the safety of these construction sites will be due to the regulations and the compliance to them. Using shortcuts is very improbable in this case. Our experience is that you have to have experienced teams, have a proper mix of skills and learners, but the customers really appreciate high skills, and it's very important. So safety, both physical but also process safety is important. I have, I think, about 2 minutes left. Nuclear energy sector, from the devices perspective or technology, it does not differ that much from most of others, like pumps from our perspective. All sorts of pumps, fans, turbines, and so on. Nevertheless, it's often bigger. It's the redundancy of some devices is higher. So there's a lot of work to service in companies. An interesting difference we've come across, not so much present in our artists, for materials exclusion procedures, so making sure that during the service work nothing drops into the technological, so you don't forget to fit in something after you dismantle something. So there are special procedures concerning both safeguarding the during repairs and operation, but also to make sure that all the procedures are well adhered to. And 3 slides about the technology that we implemented with our client from scratch. That's a crosscut of steam generator from a unit in former USSR project, and these are horizontal in case of this USSR designs. And here the pipeline supplying steam to this device, it's water actually converted into, it has a compensation joint between 2 different materials that other material, and there's a so-called pocket, 10 centimeters wide, about 15 centimeters high, around this. Well, often there are residuals like rust, all the residuals from water. Most often it's corrosion. And because of that, customers cannot diagnose the status of the surface inside. There may be a cracking. A crack will result in a leak of radioactive water, so it's one of the supercritical places for WWR technologies. There's this post-Soviet. So they had problems how to clean these residuals. And that's in the radiative part. You cannot stay there for long. or do something that would require a long contact of people. So we invented a new technology, hydrodynamic, with a special purpose nozzle, and through tests and discussions with the designers, with companies that manufacture it. In case of Russia, it was Gitropes. We've obtained approvals, the users, so that our technology be used in those devices. This is a crosscut of this pocket with potential cracks. And 2 years later, after tests and discussions, the customers approved the technology. We started using it, and it's become a standard for WWR 400 and 1000 in Czechia, Ukraine. In Russia, it used to be a standard, but unfortunately, we're not there anymore. It's an example of something that you can, after so many years, you can find something new, something innovative, thanks to which there is a new room for development of our business. Final remarks to you. It's a sector accessible to Polish company for sure. Polish companies, Polish businesses have every opportunity to develop and to well anchored in it. Entry barrier is high, but worth taking into account, worth effort. It pays off. You have to well identify the channels to commission the orders. You have to work on it. You have to enter. It would be an error to improvise. In this sector, it won't be improvising. It has to be well planned. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. One of the attractions of such a school is that all of a sudden you have a very interesting presentation. Normally, you would not come across, you would not have an idea about. Please stay for a while. Are there any questions to me, Mr. President? I have some errors to your great amendments. Not theoretically few, practically, let's say, a dozen SMRs. That's the first amendment of mine. Well, I think like Russia used to be a normal country. It used to be. But now I have a question. Half private, half professional. What component in these lubricants guarantees such a good hairdo? I think jeans. It's the jeans. Thank you very much. I suspect that you could do a business on those components as well. Well, okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the second presenter with the next presentation from the technical supervisor of his role and the place of supervisory body in the implementation of Polish nuclear energy program, Dr. Andrzej Ziółkowski.
Sorry. I mixed up the two. Konrad Zasada then. Not Mr. Ziółkowski. Not yet. You are yet another graduate of the MEL faculty at the Warsaw University of Technology, nuclear power engineering and power engineering overall. This is what your department covered, yes? So that's your background, and you're now special senior expert or senior specialist for the NPP program for the so-called development of nuclear in Poland. You've been with Local 3 and 4 Westinghouse's Georgia projects. So you've joined the project partly, right? The organization you represent, abbreviated as UDT, which is the supervisory office. You are the arm of the authorities, right? To enforce what should be done and how it should be done. Is my understanding correct? Yes, it is. In Poland, no norms, standards, industrial standards are in operation unless up until you order them to be operational, right? Or instruct. Yes, indeed, your understanding is correct. Again, very briefly then on our tasks and obligations and responsibilities as UDT, as the office in charge. It is not a very nice topic to talk about. It is not possible, it's pointless to tell you such a story without being based on legal matters, you know, which is a boring part of any presentation. I would rather talk to you about passive safety systems, for instance, rather than that. But let's try and have a go. When still as a student, I associated the name and the symbol, the emblem of UDT with the stickers placed in lifts, in you know, elevators. There is no lift, however. There is cargo and person transporting crane in this official dry language, obviously in Polish rendering. So instead of winda, the official name is dźwig osobowy or dźwig osobowo-towarowy in rough translation. Okay, UDT is a legal entity, state-owned legal entity. However weird it sounds, our budget is based on our income rather than the state budget funds. It is important for technology students to know. The first thing to communicate. We have a history behind nuclear regulations in Poland, how nuclear relates to UDT. I will try to describe without reading much of the regulations, quoting them in extenso. As is the case in any legal matter, there is a hierarchy with the primary position of the government of the Republic of Poland, which proposes bills, draft laws to Parliament, and once enacted, they require secondary legislation established by the Council of Ministers normally. There are guides, there are instructions, there are standards, there are norms added to that, published as an addition, as accompanying documents. And nowadays, every so often, EU documents are used, or European ones, for the purpose, based on harmonization, as well as international ones, like IAEA ones related to the well-known organization based in Vienna. They are basically not compulsory, not superimposed by the law, such international rules or guidances. However, the textbooks or the books of instructions can be used, that are supposed to be used for technical specifications and design documentations. And this makes them legally valid and fully enforced. Let me now tell you a little bit about the atomic law as enforced in Poland. It is quite an extensive document, really, and the reading of it is exciting. So just to quote to you two articles just to show that UDT is part of the picture. The first of the articles that I would like to quote is number 37, and it's what it says is that the authorities. No, let me start from 66. Very chaotic part of the presentation, sorry about that. Okay, the two refer one to the other directly by reference. A coordination system is described under Article 66. Coordination for control and supervision or oversight on the operation of the nuclear object, nuclear facilities, is exercised by the nuclear supervisory authorities and other administrative authorities or bodies, according to their appropriate competencies and areas in charge, ensures a system of coordination, control, and oversight on the nuclear facilities across Poland, referred to as the coordination system, blah, blah, blah. Now, Article 37 tells you what sort of control is exercised by the entities involved. By the entities involved in construction and operation of the NPP across its lifetime stages, in line with the respective competences of each of the authorities, each of the bodies involved. There is a reference to the Technical Supervision Act at the end of this article, which makes us somewhat mention deserving. Having said something about the Act or the law, it now befits that I brief you on the topic, namely the Technical Technological Supervision Act determines us as an inspection entity with appliances and devices obligatory in terms of oversight. The service providers, there are two large groups of appliances: cranes, transportation appliances, anything that can release potential energy, kinetic energy, like a falling down portion of tonnage in case of an accident, and pressurized appliances related to thermodynamics of liquids and the related hazards, as well as those where the risk of hazard is caused by chemical processes. I have said something about the hierarchical structure and system of responsibilities. Today in Poland, two pieces of secondary legislation are in force with respect to the functioning of UDT. One is portrayed here. It is a regulation by the Council of Ministers dated December 2013 and published in January 2014. Just a couple of running pages. For us, the most important thing is the 14 groups of NPP appliances and devices that are subjected to technical surveillance supervision. For us, the most important ones are those groups which, colloquially speaking, we have not yet covered by our oversight. as they are unique and quite new.
Rozporządzenie jest neutralne technologicznie.
The regulation is technologically neutral, thus increasing a complexity of certain of its provisions, of the provisions concerned. Otherwise, you know, it should have been quite detailed just to fit in every single detail, technological detail, be it PWR, BWR, whatever. So certain of its phrasings or wordings can be regarded as, well, floating, clumsy maybe. But in very brief, containment is treated as the barrier. So its readiness for its appropriate functionality is subject to our supervision. All sorts of elements of the primary circulation pressure appliances within the steam circulation turbine as a rule, as a piece of machinery, is beyond the picture. Although it is part of the cooling system in the BWR, so it is kind of a challenge because there is no division, no separation between the two circulations. Although there are SMS using working based on the hot technology or boiling water technology, that's what I mean. So there are bits and pieces of challenge. Just to illustrate, there are some devices, appliances, pieces of machinery that are not really there yet, like sprinklers, in the containment, like the steel coating. Same is true with bolts, same is true with valves. This is a novelty really, because as long as we have had much to do with safety valves, then separation valves or technical valves, as those used with AP1000, are going to be a novelty in this country. For us, the supervisory authority, they are going to be a new element to deal with. Therefore, then come primary circulation elements, steam generators, pumps. There's the reactor vessel to the right, unique to NPPs, obviously, and they are kind of, in various respects, unique, the one and only ones, but due to the safety, radiological safety and nuclear safety considerations, they are subject to surveillance, since they're listed in the piece of secondary legislation shown a couple of slides back. Feed water system pumps are to be supervised for nuclear, whereas not really for the conventional sectors of the industry. Pressurizers, dryers, they're all considered. Parts of an NPP is under oversight by means of the Act, like a pressure vessel or properly defined pressure or high pressure appliance. But there is a specification, we will have to follow it. Power generation units, also emergency cooling tanks, they are all subjected to technological surveillance, survey and oversight. Again, some other instances, for which conventional oversight is untranslatable into the very specific uses, like those in the NPPs. So pressurized devices being part of fire extinguishing systems, or a whole set of pressure appliances or devices. Pressure appliances being part of the circulation of the working factor and turbo sets, including the pipelines connecting them. Again, zero pressure tanks and low pressure tanks used for dangerous or hazardous material. It's a matter for the control room to manage this being very sensitive element, overall sensitive element of the whole picture, plus the appliances being part of heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems. Very importantly, polar crane, so-called, and other like transportation devices. Polar crane being, the gliding crane used, for instance, when it comes to exchanging the fuel, and other transportation devices working within the spent fuel vessel, all pictured here. There is one more important point to the regulation concerned, paragraph 2, item 2, namely, stating that these devices or appliances are subject, together with the instrumentation and automation and control systems. So there is a whole pool of appliances, one of them being a conventional power boiler. So there is a whole package including these elements that I referred to and showed you on these pictures. As to the update of the secondary legislation, so the most recent ordinance or regulation, name it as you will, of the Minister of Development, dated 2016, more detailed one, for the technical and technological conditions of technological surveillance for appliances related or concerned. It specifies the details of technical documentation quite generically even. At times, the most important thing is to select and accumulate properly the reference documents. This includes technical specifications, and there is an element of rigorous sticking to the documents. We are going to verify all those while controlling, while inspecting on site. So, sticking to the reference documents, whatever they are, as a primary thing. And this regulation provides you with a rather detailed description of the appliances across the lifetime of the device and the scopes concerned, the scopes of the testing, examination. This is it on my part, really. Thank you very much for your attention, very kindly, and well, I can take one or two questions right now, or please contact me later on, as you please.
Pytania.
Any questions then?
O, proszę bardzo, pani tam.
There's one, a lady high up over there. Weronika Zapaśnik. Good afternoon. More practical question maybe. Based on what I could understand, you will be taking part in the commissioning sessions, in the starting up activities. Yes, indeed. So how about the process or procedure of providing with the appropriate documentation? Yes. The process you're asking about, or the procedure, starts from using the website or using any of the contact numbers provided on the website to the head office, to our head office, to our branches. And because this is a rather new thing and a priority thing at the same time, we will approach every such instance of contact very individually, so beyond the pattern, if you like, determining things on the spot, being via email or on the or phone. And I can't tell you any more right now because it's too early for that. My question would be, PAEJ, Mr. Chairman, told us about their preparations for the and PPP for the nuclear program for Poland. You'll be through your own preparations, right? Increasing the expansion of personnel, requalifying your staff, and so on and so forth. Am I right? Indeed, indeed. For the time being, we've been doing it as part of our presently available budget, which does not really include nuclear to a high extent. But talks are ongoing between Mr. Chairman and the Minister in charge, basically on development of the stuff and stuffing and on the expansion of possibilities and opportunities with the forces available right now. We won't manage, yes, indeed. So there comes yet a more difficult question from me. You said you're a self-financed or self-funded unit or entity. Wouldn't your case be the one like the one accompanied with the driving license process here in Poland? That you'll be interested in extending things in time because of the money? Well, not really. Not really, sir. We've been holding talks for some time already, involving the nuclear price list. We cannot use conventional pricing for the nuclear purposes, right? So that this is rather obvious. And taking care about the safety and security, we do support development, and it is so important for us for the nuclear energy to be there, to start up in Poland, and thus we are responsible for providing safety and security. Very much like the conventional sectors, technologies and solutions. Lots of our effort is put into it, and it's not us, intentionally at least, to delay any processes, right? Any of the processes. Yeah, Mr. Majka has just said that, you know, the pricing is higher by 2 or by 2.5 whenever we enter conventional. So the E or the P factor is jumping up. The diesel unit, generation unit, is under your surveillance, you said. It is operated according to the NRC regulation and is surveilled along these lines, whereas in Poland we'll have our own national system. The regulation of the minister is technologically neutral, as I said at the very beginning, and that particular item that you mentioned, the diesel unit, was mentioned in the general law. Anyway, it is not us to decide what is to be subject to oversight. It is the PA to decide. But Konrad, you got a chance for your donkey to enter the passive medal, right? So you'd rather be careful. Well, I take it into consideration and I take it for granted. I used that example just to the example of a ventilation system, air conditioning in the NPP, just to show you how detailed and it can be and how far regulations can be. Thank you very much indeed. At this point, let me now pass on to the to my successor as the facilitator of the discussion. Thank you very much, Professor, for handing over to me. I'm Elżbieta Fornalik-Weiss. I work with the Academy of Mining and Metallurgy. We are going to do throughout this session on R&D issues, as the experiences gathered so far, and the plans for future as regards education for NPPP. Mr. Jan Żworkowiak, professor, PhD, engineer, will lead you through this particular subject of the Poznań University of Technology. Thermal energy is his focal point at the moment. He has an expertise in thermal energy and power engineering since the 80s, so he specializes in the area. Thank you very much indeed, Professor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of my presentation has been quoted, so I'm not going to quote it once again. The agenda is very quick. It will consist of 3 parts. The first one, 1/4. It's a bit of background history, now the current status and plans for the future, and a very short summary. The history of education of the staff for the Polish nuclear energy plan reminds us a lot of what happened in nuclear energy sector in Poland. The fluctuation or the ups and downs in this sector translated directly into the way we educated the staff. The history can be divided into 3 stages. The first one are the years that you have here, quoted 1982 by 1993, and the beginnings date as back as 1950s. The second stage is 2009, 2010, up to 2020, and the third stage, the current one. The first stage, to educate the staff for Polish nuclear energy sector, let me already a bold or right, I think, premise that during the implementation of the first stage, the development of staff for the first plant was at the highest possible level as compared to what happened later, even up until today. A date for the first stage, I adopted 1982. You have it explained why that date. Of course, it's the Council of Ministers resolutions on the construction of the nuclear power plant at Żarnowiec. It took nearly 8 years of the construction. 1989, it was suspended. In 1993, finally, the program was phased down. And during that time, I'm moving to the education. During many Polish universities, specialists of nuclear energy were in the curriculum were added. I'm talking about the Warsaw, Gdańsk Universities of Technology, the Mining Academy in Metallurgy, Poznań, Wrocław, and Łódź University of Technology, and several others, not only technical universities. And there were also post-diploma curricula, and most of the graduates who potential staff for nuclear energy were graduates of the post-diploma staff. Fewer of those graduates from specialties like energy and nuclear energy as specialty. I'm not going to enter into details about the different specialty education or course of education or post-diploma studies. I think those present here know about all those very well. Second approach was to develop the staff and to educate the staff. Where the years, as I said earlier, about the beginning was 2009, 2010. While the official document linked to that approach was 2014, that cover page, title page is here. In between the first and the second educational program for Polish nuclear energy, there is a huge time gap, about 20 years. During that time, the majority of those educated during stage 1 had to get retrained. Some reached retirement age, some went abroad. I'll tell you a little bit more about the numbers. Nevertheless, during the implementation of the second approach for the nuclear energy, we managed to accomplish certain things. And as worth mentioning, I've highlighted the accomplishment of 3-year curriculum for educators to implement Polish nuclear energy program. It was a curriculum as a result of which dozens of young employees, research and teachers, research workers and teachers from many universities went to 2-3 years internships abroad. There were 3 stages to this training, 3 times 2.5–3 months each, and they came back in order to educate their successors. Unfortunately, the program was slowed down, not stopped altogether. Some of these people have got retrained and are partly ready to support the implementation of the current educational program under the third approach to the construction of nuclear power plants in Poland. During that time, speaking about the second approach still, at the university already mentioned, they reactivated these specialties in the curriculum. Like, for example, in Poznan University of Technology, we established this nuclear energy under energy, and it was never phased down. We had 3 or 4 years. Then the students got less interested, and then the specialty, and they're still there, become again attractive to the young people. The third approach, I've indicated 2020 as the big starting date when the program of Polish nuclear energy was published, and we are already in 2023 when we talk about the amendment to the program. Still, the provisions in the Polish nuclear energy program, the third one, include many statements related to the education of staff for Polish nuclear energy sector. The key fragments are here on the slide, and highlighted in red the statements which for us, working at Polish technical universities, not only, are very important. I'm not going to read it. You know that. Nevertheless, the result of these provisions was an initiative, or is present. It appeared during at the end of last year, like November, December 2023, when rectors of 6 Polish universities of technologies named here on the slide. I stick to that. Mining, metallurgy, University of Gdańsk, Poznań, Śląsk, Silesia, Warsaw, and Wrocław. All together in accord approached the Minister of Education and Science with an initiative to support organizationally and financially renewed training of staff for the Polish nuclear energy sector. An official document was handed to the minister on 6th of January 2023, and already on 31st January this year, the Minister of Education and Science and the President of PKN Orlen and rectors of the already mentioned university have signed a letter of intent to educate that staff. The key paragraph number 1 is on the slide for you. From that time, so from 1st of January, the work has really accelerated, and the rectors have appointed the representatives. And on the slide, you have the universities, the names already quoted many times, but besides, you have the names of these representatives or plenipotentiaries appointed by the rectors. I'm showing this name because these are people who are contact persons. I'm addressing this to the young people in this room, those interested in education in nuclear energy at those respective universities. 6 already shown. There are leading departments or leading faculties for this education. In some cases, this training is going on already. They haven't broken the tradition. The mining and metallurgical energy and fuels, Gdańsk, electrotechnology and automation, engineering, then again Silesia, Poznań, Warsaw University of Technology, 2 lead departments, the mechanics of energy and aviation, and of course the Department of Technology, technical physics, and applied mathematics, yes, and Wrocław Mechanic and Energy Department. I'm speaking on behalf of the representatives of these 6 universities. It doesn't mean that the education will be limited to these universities. We know already that in relation to this education, many more Polish universities are interested in it, including universities of technologies. I'm not going to reveal any secret, disclose any secret, saying that, well, over an hour ago we met with the representatives of at the Ministry of Education and Science, who had an update about the work of the team I represent. To get back to history, and at the same time, I would like to, with one table, I would like to tell you about the current status about the personnel being educated for the graduates. From the very beginning, that is as 1957, nearly 70 years ago, until now, we've had 1,483. How many have graduated in specialty and post-diploma studies? You have it in the table. Please treat the data as approximate data only. It's like plus minus 5% uncertainty about it because of historic nature of it. and trustworthiness 94%. So 1483 plus minus 5, so probability 95%. So conclusions. The prevailing majority of the graduates, the say 1400, cannot anymore support the educational process right now. Due to being already retired, some are already not among us, some got retrained, some have gone abroad. But since 2022 or even 2021, we've been watching, seeing increasing interest in these universities, in this training profile. As of April this year, the number of students, in case of Wrocław, it's the only one university that has launched the training, but especially nuclear energy and post-diploma. Kraków, 94. Gdańsk, University of Technology, they have post-diploma studies, but they couldn't say how many were. It's no less than 30. Poznań, stage 17 undergraduate prospects, so it will reanimate this faculty, this curriculum. Post-diploma to be launched in October, and optimistically speaking, we will have several dozen people both at post-diploma studies and undergraduate studies. Silesia, like Gdańsk, could not say the scale of the interest in the offer. Warsaw, 105, mainly post-diploma studies in English, but also the curriculum, undergraduate curriculum in English, and Wrocław, 62. The personnel, how many professors, associate professors, doctors, and so on, can be identified with nuclear energy at our 6 universities. Let me point out one alarming number only. It's number 5. Yeah. Only 5 are young people, assistants to senior researchers. Well, hopefully this will change, provided that the implementation of stage 3 of the Polish third approach to the Polish nuclear energy will succeed and will develop successfully. Here we have a table demonstrating the how these universities won during the next academic year provide this training for the Polish nuclear energy programs. The conclusions are that the first stage studies, so it's undergraduate, none of them wants to launch a new curriculum, but half of them already have taken steps to launch the specialty studies, so training. But second stage, so the post-diploma, second stage, sorry, so it's but first bachelor studies and master studies, the second stage. So they are already delivered training, or they are going to launch and are going to launch post-diploma studies, postgraduate studies, in other words. What kind of topics or curricula? Talking about all these 3 stages are being reported by representatives of these universities. You can see I'm not going to read the 17 training modules. Not all of them are everywhere in each and every university. On the average, it's about 10, 11 modules. Names may vary slightly, but As far as the content is concerned, that we want to transfer to our students soon and modify later, depending on the needs, how it evolves, there are in each of our 6 universities. Students, staff, and also, but we have to have training materials the students can already use and get the knowledge about nuclear energy. I've prepared 2 slides with my intent is that to show, especially to young people, that there are no literature in Polish. It doesn't mean that you should not create more, but we have already some with academic knowledge on nuclear energy related topics. We have 18 course books. Many of them are academic course books. The authors of some of them are even present in this room. These are course books that are recommended, for example, in Poznań to our students. Some new centrally published books on nuclear energy, including those presented today. Not all of them are academic course book. Often it's popular knowledge about nuclear energy, but very important nevertheless. Well, you have to make a start with something. So my signal is to the young people present in this room, ladies and gentlemen. It's not all that you have in Polish, but it's over 30 books that you can use to study nuclear energy. And now briefly, it's not only universities, I've mentioned R&D institutions here and other organizations that, as I think, should support the educational program. Of course, National Nuclear Research Center is on top of the list. And driving towards the end, I've put just one page from the Polish energy program from 2020. 60% support to the plans to build nuclear power plants in Poland. We've heard yesterday, today, and we saw the support during the last 3 years has increased. My intent while presenting this slide was and has been to transfer well embedded that this 60% support is more credible today than the 85% support. Again, I address young people here. I don't want us to be too optimistic to the public opinion poll. The findings, I know I've taken part in some of them, is based on emotions. And the conclusion is that unfortunately in one development, not necessarily serious in nuclear energy field, is sufficient that you change quite radically the results, and it usually goes down. And it's our role that we go forward with the knowledge, and that the result of such polls are more based on knowledge than on emotions. A wrap-up. Staff at the university should be recreated and rejuvenated. Laboratory-based foundation should be modernized, upgraded. In some cases, it should be created anew. National and especially international collaboration to develop staff for Polish nuclear energy program is necessary and must involve both academics and teachers, academic teachers, and as quickly as possible undergraduate students or students. And government support, both financial and legislative, to our plans is indispensable. As during the meeting I mentioned an hour and a half ago, was confirmed once again. Thank you very much for your attention. Professor, thank you very much for a very interesting and very important topic that you have raised. I think it has raised your interest, ladies and gentlemen. Professor is waiting for questions. Professor, I have two comments to your presentation. The first one is the table on page 14, where you have demonstrated that you have so few Masters of Science, but now the trend is not to hire assistants, academics, but instead to educate them at the PhD studies and to provide, to have doctors. So if you look at the doctors, you would see the scale of the age, 67. It's not a bad result, I think, and 51 associate professor. It's a good result, but you should take a look at. That's my first comment. And my second comment to the public opinion poll, slide 20. I can't agree more with you that being overly optimistic, it's 85% of the support to nuclear energy is unjustified. We have to be very cautious as it's a very unstable result. It can be changed in any direction at any time. Not 100%. Always there will be those who have different opinion. But I support your cautiousness. But there's one more thing I would like to pinpoint here, and I address it to the ladies present here. And I see at the highest bar, look at the highest bar, where gender is shown, men and women. And the support among women is like 42%, while among men it's 65%. We have to work on it. I address it to all of you, especially to you ladies, to talk more to us representatives of nuclear energy sector, asking why nuclear energy and instead of something else. Thank you very much, Professor. Just very quick answers to your comment. Yes, of course, you're right. In-depth analysis of quantitative data concerning the stuff will improve this, make us more optimistic. Nevertheless, my last conclusion that we lack young people. And it's our future. We're talking about the dozen years horizon. Young people in the age 25, 25, 30 at the most. It's those we want to count on. The second thing, I think that those being spectacle and organizational being spectacle to the implementation of Polish nuclear energy program have not surfaced fully. It's in front of us. We have to get ready to have a dialogue with those groups, emphasizing the word dialogue. Thank you very much, Professor, for these comments. They are absolutely right, straight to the point. There's a question at the end of the room, Professor. It's been a very interesting presentation. My name is Romek Julkowski from Atom. Do you think that maybe it would be advisable that schools, University of Technology, or even Ministry of National Education encourage students to graduate from nuclear energy, to have internships in the companies of the sector, National Nuclear Research Center in Warsaw, so that they would be able, as graduates, to put the hands-on situation and the environment where these nuclear companies work. Thank you very much for this question. The quickest question would be yes, and very much so. but over a longer period of time, with the exception of the Świerk research reactor, won't be able to offer our students internships on the existing facilities or under construction, because it is to be launched in Poland. So cooperation with the Westinghouse or others, or the Koreans, is very much our focus, but it's also a matter of what is the key, the organizational framework for such a cooperation and the funding. But yes, we're talking about it while talking to the ministry and the mentioned company, PK and Orlen, and it's discussed in a very serious manner. Thank you very much for your comment. Atom, you're open to relevant questions, right? So we have 10 students from the Warsaw University of Technology at internships. I have NCBR, National Research, announces the program to support new curricula with the big budget for internships, precisely what you raised, both for students and for educators. So please listen to them. They have a meeting tomorrow. I have very important addendum to your presentation. Thank you very much. You've been the driving engine behind this agreement, but I would like to say that the last sentence of this agreement is the following. It is provided that interested university will create an educational consortium under the guidance of NCBR in order to coordinate this. There was a sort of clash, but I propose that to this list of these 6, we add representative of the National Nuclear Research Centers. So, you know, we have Nadeja, who does not represent, so that we go together. The objective of the consortium, is to use the Maria reactor for educational purposes, to create a good curriculum for laboratories, so even that the students could run it for a while. We used to do it anyway, years ago. Thank you. And CBJ cannot be omitted, cannot be forgotten. Thank you very much. We have time for one more brief question. Any one of you willing to ask a question? My name is Julia Brzozowska. I'm a student in Wrocław. I study nuclear energy. My question is, do you think that at the Silesian University of Technology was the smallest number of educators who could deliver such training? Do you think that 13 people can run accessible, affordable to students a course? Maybe it's not enough. Maybe first you would have to send the educators to training. Thank you very much for this question. Together we've come to the conclusion, the representatives, that the staff-wise situation is not very good. It varies depending from university to university. And these numbers do not include certain groups of staff working for the departments that are to support this curricula. These are at the elite specialties of faculties, so that's the minimum. So pessimization, it cannot be worse. Is it enough? The answer is no. In none of our universities we have the staff that would be sufficient, eventually sufficient. Yes, for the start, okay. For a launch stage, yes, at the very beginning. renewed, reanimated training, opening up laboratories, to raising the skills and foreign collaboration. Yes, your comment is right. We can see this deficit. It's the result of this 20 years gap between the year of when the first program closed in 1993 and the new programs initiation at around 2014. So it's 20 years anyway. There's been an attrition of this stuff. And the second dynamics principle, time is running one direction. I'm determined to answer a question. Yes, there is one lady. Good afternoon, Veronika Zapaśnik. Once again, I have two questions. The first is very short. What's the minimum number of volunteers to open the specialty in nuclear energy? During my time, it was 15. Once, an exception situation, they opened it for 11 candidates. Thank you very much, Veronika. We've known each other. You're a graduate of the Poznan University of Technology. 11 was a result of a determination of the dean. He said he would subsidize that specialty. According to today's calculation, it should be minimum 20 students. Now we have 17. So again, the dean has been very generous and decided to launch it. We presented the data that that's the beginning. In a while, it will look better. As to postgraduate studies, the number of 20 is the minimum, according to us. And the second question is, what are the prospects for the graduates? In case of my generation, only 2 out of 11 have not got retrained. The most difficult question is, it was twice, using a colloquialism. We had to, personally I had to, feel ashamed to talk while talking to at the beginning to young people when they started. Instead, that they've made the best selection possible, and then, as it turned out, it wasn't exactly as planned as we wished. Let's hope that the present time be not repetition of history. We are here because that's our hope. So I'm not going to answer about the prospects. If everything goes as it is in the plans, the prospects are bright. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll finish. Should you have any other questions, Professor will be at your service, and I hope you give some information about the support of ministry to students and to the educators. I think that during the next few weeks we'll have an answer to that, because the meeting I've mentioned today has not provided such an answer, but the work is ongoing. I hope that the support will be there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the next part, next presentation. On nuclear energy in space, in the outer space. It will be delivered by Professor Mariusz Dąbrowski, physicist with many years of experience in energy and nuclear energy on the Polish Nuclear Energy Program and National Nuclear Research Center, involved in work on projects of high temperature HTGR and BFR reactors, promoter of PhD thesis, safety analysis and others, and in the light of the education of a doctor's study, new concepts for reactors for the Polish program of nuclear energy. Professor, over to you.
Well, I'm even glad because of that amendment, because I wanted to deliver my presentation a little bit earlier. I attended yesterday a different conference of importance to Polish nuclear in Sweden, mind you. Today I'd like to you to hear bits and pieces of futuristic approach in a way. Well, my background is fundamentals of elementary particles, the fundamentals of physics, classical physics. So please keep that in mind. Space does translate in a variety of ways into technologies that we are aware of and are willing to implement. Dr. Potemski is probably present somewhere here, who specializes in probabilistic safe security analysis. Those analyses started from a NASA tree of events and errors. And this is it. I'd like to tell you why are we intending, why are we going to travel into the space, spelled with a block S, and what is the rationale behind such travels, such expectations? In what ways can nuclear energy be used for the purpose? Without it, without this energy, we will never be able to explore the space. That's the first and foremost thing. The solar system is the space within which we have made, and we are going to make our first steps into the space. There are pragmatic reasons behind it. The space on Earth is shrinking. Our quest for minerals and the possibility to obtain some of them from the great spaces outside, beyond our planet, is a very tempting opportunity. There is a professor who has conceived a concept of one-way journey to Mars, like to Wild West, you know. Why there? Why to Mars? Because that planet's physical conditions are the closest to those of the Earth. There are flaws, however. The atmosphere, the much smaller moons that cannot stabilize the planet's orbit, the huge differences in the temperatures of day and night. As to future colonization of Mars, maybe some of you have been to Las Vegas. If you take a look at the self-reliant hotels there, these are very much like the pilot or the testing future Mars colonies. Where to go? I've consulted this presentation with Polska colleagues, the Polish Cosmic Agency or Polish Space Agency, as part of the Polish Academy of Science. So that's an acronym, kind of. So where to go and why? Where can we go? We are willing to go much further, perhaps, but the rational idea is to go back to the moon. The Artemis mission is underway. Other planets of the solar system and their moons, Mars, the moons of Jupiter. How to do it, how to achieve it from the standpoint of motion under gravitation and movement under gravitation. Well, circles, ellipses, parabolas, hyperbolas, can all be taken into consideration. Hyperbolic movement is the most distant one. There are two space speeds. The second allows you to leave the gravitation field of the Earth. The vessel should have an appropriate speed for the purpose. The famous Newton cannon, if the speed is 0.92 kilometers per second, like ballistic missile, it will start revolving around, circulating around the Earth. If less than that, then it falls to the Earth's surface. The moon mission, Artemis 2, the craft starts from the Earth. There are fuels designed for the purpose, obviously nuclear fuels. Where the orbits, having been calculated, appropriate speeds, reaching the moon, possibly a mission on the moon, and return to the Earth. As to a Mars mission, the transfer orbit, called Hohmann orbit, is to be followed. Mars should be positioned in an appropriate place with respect to the Earth, so the craft meets Mars on its way, and symmetrically this can be repeated. So what are the plans in specific for those missions? There is a conjunction and the opposition variety or option for the mission. The conjunction one is technically more feasible, easier to do, whereas it assumes over 500 days of stay on Mars, on Mars's surface, which can be a little bit of a challenge, given the pioneering aspect of the mission. The oppositional one, which take advantage of the gravitational force of Mercury in order to add to the speed and acceleration rate of the vessel, of the craft. This would include entering into the onto the Earth's orbit 660 days as opposed to 916 days as calculated for the former option. Well, you know the Perseverance vehicle. Its present-day mission commenced. Well, it arrived at the Mars's surface in February 2021, and it explores possible conditions for life on Mars. I mentioned bits of the Martial conditions. The pressure there is 100 lesser than the one on the Earth, but there is an atmosphere around the planet. A helicopter called Ingenuity, or a Mars helicopter, has been constructed in order, this is it, in order to, a mini helicopter, if you like, that can travel around Mars, that can use the conditions of its atmosphere. When I was in Los Angeles one day, Not far from Phoenix, there is the NPP called Palo Verde. So I visited the scientific center of Palo Verde, and there was a great board there showing that only renewables feed the whole of California, which is not true, of course. No, and the NPP was the main feeder or supplier of energy for California. And same kind of logic is the case with exploration of the space to an extent. Sources uncovered to an unsatisfactory extent. The duration of the sources is rather long, and there would be no serious space mission feasible if not for radioisotopic thermoelectric sources. Why? Because it's such sources, precisely such sources that provide for a fixed kind of energy, or permanent energy, with which exploration of space is possible, thus generating the electric energy. This is just an example, Canon, Canon-like thing, the speed retention principle, going slower because of its greater mass, weight, etc. And helium core and the remainder of the radioactive core those processes can be a source of energy for production or for generation of electricity. Here is a list of radioisotopes that can be used for the space exploration purposes. You can see the decomposition or decay, half-life timelines as the determinants. The most practical one apparently being plutonium-238. The alpha particle gains a high speed, bangs against the nuclear cores, and thus the average movement of the particles measurable is obtained. So-called Seebeck phenomenon, the thermoelectric effect, is also employed where the electric current is generated for metal or semiconductor circulations. Rather than division, multiplication should have been used in this slide. I'm sorry for a small error. And as I said, plutonium isotope 238 is every so often used. That's a nuclear scale already. 94 protons, 124 neutrons. The scale is like 210 mega-electron volt in the fission. The fusion being 70.6 MeV, to compare against the nuclear process. Such sources have been were coined, if you like, back in the 50s, 1950s, and they actually have become the main source of supply, of electric supply. for spacecrafts. Voyager 1, launched in 1977, has 3 RTG sources which are supposed to be operational until 2025. It is now the furthest artificial object sent from Earth. Last month it achieved the distance of exceeding 159 astronomical units. Lambda Aquila star, the area of it will be achieved by it in a number of years, so we'll much earlier lose contact with it. 4 million years to be specific. I just show you schematically the Voyager 1 cross-section with the RTG containing 24 balls with plutonium oxide, and here was the state-of-the-art multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator, abbreviated as MMRTG. So the Perseverance mission, as I mentioned before, started in February 2021, a mission to Mars, and it is PU 238 powered. The cost of this mission is around $200 million. How about the use, the employment of nuclear reactors for fueling the rockets or the aircrafts? Well, one of the versions includes the fuel management system, liquid hydrogen. There comes the reactor system, there comes the rocket engine system. So, in other words, a nuclear reactor in use, in practical use. Here you have more elements to it. Reactor works like the combustion chamber in a chemical system or circulation, in a chemical drive. The reactor directly heats up the gas, which accelerates while flowing through the nozzle and produces the pushing power of the rocket, whereas the control runs in a reflector, absorbs the nutrients and serve the purpose of controlling the reactor by switching on, switching off, changing its power rates, and so on and so forth. There are the turbo pumps to steer, to control the flow and the pressure of the reactor's coolant, which is used as the propellant gas, and so on and so forth. Here you can see what is called the nuclear thermal propulsion, based on the heating up of the gas, be it hydrogen or ammonia, with a nuclear reactor, and the gas this gets released, let out with a high speed from the nozzle, thus providing for an appropriate, adequate power to carry the rocket or the craft. In other words, providing for its acceleration. Here is a kind of roadmap for the transport mission, which would be a preliminary mission, and then the manned mission to Mars. The mission itself would take place no earlier than in the 30s, and then on, the pioneers would probably set their foot on the planet's surface. Nuclear electric propulsion concept includes or is based on the thermal energy transported from the reaction to the energy processing system through the primary liquid circulation, the liquid namely used as a coolant for the reactor, into the turbine, and thus getting it transformed into electric current. Some other elements like semiconductors or plasmic diodes can be used for the purpose. Of importance here is the cooling of the reactor. 2/3 of the heat generated must be released, let out. Here you have a picture of nuclear electric propulsion conceptually. All sorts of vessels, shields, containers. This being one of the concepts being considered, so-called ionic engine. Its guiding principle is based on the cathode, which is hot, which emits electrons, and those electrons drop into the ionizing chamber, getting accelerated by the magnetic field and other factors. Xenon, as the carrying gas, is let in to clash against those particles. The electric field accelerates those particles. Then we have the sustainability principle and neutralization with the use of this a second cathode outside of the net system. There is place inside within which all those previously described reactions take place. You can watch a video on the YouTube platform to see how it actually works. Interestingly, importantly, 3 American companies that we stay in touch with are working on such a nuclear solution for the rockets, for the craft. USNC is also present partner in Poland. BWXT and the last one being X Energy. Here's a reactor cooled by gas, and this is exactly what you need to get the rocket going or the spacecraft moving. You can see the example from the University of Illinois campus. Well, let me keep some secrecy at this point. Same company is responsible for that. Here is the BWXTs and X Energy's solutions, respectively, shown on these pictures. You can take a look at those at their respective official pages and so on. I have made a short analysis for the purpose, seeing what kind of source of energy can be useful for the pioneers of both Moon and Mars missions. Here you have Artemis 2 for the Moon, and the power being from 10 to 100 kilowatts of energy in order to keep up, to maintain a colonization mission on the Moon. As far as Mars is concerned, this is between 20 and 60 kilowatts in order to keep a colonization mission there, plus possibly Jupiter's Jupiter Icy Moons Orbiter mission, to be specific. And here we need propulsion in order to be capable of studying, examining potential life conditions enabling biological life. So we don't know what sort of primary sources of energy would be used by Mars pioneers. Well, how about renewables? Well, solar would be an answer. How about wind? Not really, because of the conditions. How about hydro? Not really. No water available. Biomass or biogas? Again, big question mark hanging above them. Potentially geothermal, Marsothermal, if you like, energy, but there is no water available apparently on Mars. Chemical, coal-based, oil, gas, maybe, but definitely nuclear. Yes, indeed, it can be used whenever we lack sufficient solar rays, solar light. Here is a reactor of 40 kWe in capacity. To be potentially used for the moon purposes. The concept would be implementable expectedly later in the present decade, developed by Idaho National Laboratory. So there are concepts in questions, solar energy, stellar energy, whatever, however you use it, can just appear insufficient. Proxima Centauri and other stars with their planets, well, such missions would be counted in light years. So with the presently available propulsions, it's just unrealistic to reach such points in the space. So in practice, the further conquest of the space is only feasible with the use of nuclear energy. So humanity, due to its existential as well as reasons, as well as its curiosity, and for very practical reasons, because of the shrinkage of sources and resources available, will try and conquer and travel across space. So we have to, our future generations will have to reconsider the possible and the feasible sources of energy serving this particular purpose. And apparently the earthly emissionless pure source of energy apart from the nuclear energy might prove insufficient. So this is what I address to you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Nuclear is needed for the space, and it will definitely be used as a number one fuel or source of propulsion for the space conquest purposes. Thank you very much. You have stuck to your time frame, and very interesting presentation indeed. If you please take the opportunity to ask questions, if any. Good afternoon. I once came across a study on fission fragments rockets. That's what he said. The concept was based on the effects, the products being ions of uranium fission, and before the deionization and recombination. So ahead of it, using a magnetic field, such ions could possibly be directed, the author said, where appropriate, and become a propulsion kind of factor, thus enabling us to make savings on hydrogen or xenon. How about that? This is definitely part of my story. Ion-based jets, propulsions. That's a little bit different concept, but quite unlogical ones. You accelerate the ions, if you like, and based on the principles, the principle, sustainability principle that I refer to every so often in my presentation. Yes, indeed, but how about the recombination as such? What sorts of fuel could be used for the purpose? I can't answer in specific because I haven't seen. I'm not acquainted with this particular version. If the author you've read was a scientifically oriented person, then it is feasible. Yes, it looks like feasible. Somehow it has to be, it would have to be kept up with use of some appropriately configured magnetic fields, like nuclear fusion, you know, something analogous to that, apparently. Any other questions? If there is one. Just a comment. All those reactors are tritium-fueled. Yes, they are. So maybe one more. Maciej Skrzypek of NCBJ. What sort of a UDT, a supervisory office, can do this supervision job in such cases? NASA is part of the American picture, and so they are all seen by their authorities. Maciej, you're joking, right? Or half joking. Well, NASA is definitely part of the American system, so, survey and oversight included. Same is true for the regulatory authorities. I'm not maybe very much into the international law regarding the space. Maybe some of you know more, know better. I'm just talking, you know, technicalities and technologies. Seeing the renaissance of the rebirth of modern technologies, hyper-modern technologies, or maybe in Poland we one day see an opportunity to build, develop such technologies. So therefore, maybe my office or an office like an authority like the one I represent will have to take charge of, you know, safety and security controls and inspections. Yeah, the one to talk after me will tell you more maybe. If we deal with gas-cooled technologies, maybe starting from the American centers, our dear partners from behind the pole will be invited to help us develop around industries in this respect. Thank you very much indeed. It was really important. It was really interesting. Mr. Kozłowski is now kindly asked to deliver a paper on new nuclear technologies worldwide. The case study being HTGR reactor. Mr. Kozłowski specializes in advanced security analyzers for reactors, reactor designing, and probabilistic safety analyzers. He has been an award-winning scientist, having been in charge of a variety of research projects in physics of reactors. He has many publications to his credit also. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. But I would like to say a few words about myself more personally. So I've moved, not me, but my parents emigrated, and when I was 16, so we emigrated. I got to high school in Indiana, then I went to Purdue University, then I worked for 6 years in Sweden, and together with Professor Godowski, same department, and since 2011 I'm at University of Illinois, 2016 at NCBJ, I think, or 18. I have 2 kids who build their own reactor in leisure time. I think this is a kind of a reactor. At least that's my version, how I tell them. But at school, that's our title of, and I'm professor, so let's begin with a short, brief lecture, and then there will be an exam. Be careful. E equals mc squared. The most popular nuclear reaction fusion, 4 protons. I used hydrogen here, create air. If you remember from your chemistry lessons the molecular mass, you can check that 4 hydrogen weight so much and 1 helium so much. Multiplied by 4.100 gram per mole is more than 4,003. What's happened with this mass? It's converted into energy. Fission of natrium, similar, it's more complex because you have several particles in the products, but if you add this, it's 236 equals 235. What's happened with the mass? It's been converted into energy. And now, coal burning, if we check the molecular mass, 12 plus 32 equals 44. So what's happened? Has mass converted into energy weight? An example. Who thinks that it has been converted and who thinks it hasn't changed or converted into great? So let's get back to the equation and think, is it always true or true at times? Always or at times? Or shit true, as we say it in Polish. Always true. If it's always true, then what's happened here? That's what's happened, that the conversion of mass is so negligible. These are negligible. It's not measurable. 10 or 9 spaces after decimal point. So the energy, nuclear energy is so efficient, that's why. If we compare that when you burn coal or petrol versus uranium, it's very chemical, it's 20 to 50,000 joules per gram. And fission, in case of uranium, it's 80 billion joules per gram. Once again, I'm talking only about pure 235 uranium. So just a tablet of uranium, I'm talking about the actual fuel, uranium dioxide enriched and so on, equals so much. Do we prefer so much waste or so much, as much waste as more than this room? We've talked about generations of reactors earlier, 1, 2, 3, 4. I would like to show another comparison. Let's assume that the first reactor, back in 1932, critical mass, that was it. Now, all those from the Nawet 70s, designed in the 1960s, built in 70s and 80s, let's compare it to another invention, precisely the same duration for development, a telephone. Do you know that the first phone line from the radio line from car to the land one was back in 1940s? And the phones available for consumers may be very expensive and maybe they would cost thousands of dollars, but available, if one could afford, were back in 1970s. Now that the child of today, even I haven't seen it, only in the movies, not live. Imagine that a child today gets something like that, 2 kilo, instead of something like that. A smartphone. This is the progress from the 70s until today. Similarly as generation 1 or 2 generation, progress in generators has been similar. Now, problems with nuclear energy. If we look at different economic conditions, other advanced heavy industries such as the standard power plants or advanced technology like robotics, in robotics and satellites, and compare the key parameters, what pays off, what doesn't pay off on the macro scale. So the size, manufactured license, fabrication, licensing or testing, is it a high return product? Reactors, unfortunately, are in the worst category in all 4 categories. Is it better to be a small or big? Small, but these are big. To factory fabrication, better. Unfortunately, they are unit long testing. Is the product which is high? Who would like to pay more than couple of decimal units per kilowatt? Everyone wants to pay more? No. Electricity is maybe a couple of dozen. It should be a couple of hundred units of a coin. Small. We have to factory fabrication instead of long licensing, testing. Maybe won't be short. Maybe instead of something cheap, the product will be more expensive, but with high return. Then we have nuclear trifecta. And maybe it's not of concern of the end consumer, but he wants to, is concerned about cost, waste, and safety. So, potential solution is a microreactor. What is it? It was mentioned yesterday that the differences are between micro SMR and standard reactor were not rigid. So 300 megawatt between SMR and a large reactor is only, could be 400, and also difference between micro and small module is not rigid. It doesn't have to be 20, it may be 30, and that's an important difference. The biggest component should be transported by road or by rail, and that means that the vessel is limited to 3.5, 4 meters would be probably too much, maybe 3.5 meters of diameter. It can be longer, even 15 meters, but the breadth or the diameter no more than 4 meters to be transportable. Thanks to that, it can be factory made, everything can be assembled, and only components assembled on the spot. And that leads to our Illinois microreactor demonstration project. In Polish? Yeah, that was in Polish, yeah. We have a team, project director Kila Brooks. On top we have our 5 professors, but we have we work full-time education and our own research. So we are very much working and linked to the project, but mainly on it. Other than us, it's 4 researchers who do it practically full-time, plus only some of our last students. Over the years, we had many more of them working on the project. So let's start with, well, we decided Illinois and PPEJ or any other company. I would like to have a reactor. What do I need to have it? We need a site, technology license, fuel, insurance. We often don't think about it or think at a later stage, too late. And public engagement, public approval. Without it, it won't come true. So let me tell you about our choices. and how they fit into one unit. Why University of Illinois, State of Illinois, the largest number of reactors in all the state, 12. It used to have now, some of them are phased out, but we used to have 12 of those. University of Illinois has a nuclear engineer program since the 1970s. They used to have closed down in 1990s, so Illinois has also a lot of heavy industry. So it's a pretty good location for technologies. Ultra-safe nuclear corporation we've selected. Why? My first item is, according to us, the most advanced reactor. But have to be careful about the word advanced. What does it mean? I don't mean technologically. I would discourage you from very advanced technologically. It's most advanced from the licensing perspective, possible licensing perspective, to become a real, not a reactor on paper. The more complex and technologically advanced, the more difficult to be licensed. Maybe so difficult that the manufacturer or concert will give up, and that's happened many a time. License. Some of you maybe know it's Chapter 10 of Code of Federal Regulation, and it's not Chapter 10, it's so many books, the chapter. 50 and 52 are licenses for commercial reactors. We don't want it. We want a process size, demonstrator, experimental. Then different part applies. It's 104 or 105. I don't want to explain you the differences between different regulations and laws. We've gone for 104C license, which is more positive for prototypes, not typical reactors, and allows us to license them at universities or as demonstrators. Then fuel. And now there's something many companies don't admit to, but all of the advanced, not the light water ones, need enhancement, maybe not 10 or 15%. By until the beginning of the Ukraine war, it was to be from Ukraine, but now it's impossible. So there's no such fuel in the open market that enriched by 10 or more %. But how can we be saved? American government has it, but again, it's not in the open marketplace. But how a university, as experimental reactor, we have access to a research reactor infrastructure program, which is the Department of Energy that produces the fuel for experimental reactors. We would be eligible, then we have access to fuel to up to 96%. Of course, we wouldn't get it, but theoretically it's possible. And part of the program is that the Department of Energy supplies material and fabricates and provides the fuel on the spot. Part of the program, which is a great benefit to us, is that the university or recipient is not the owner of the fuel, but is only borrowing it. Once they use it, to give it back to DOI, so we don't need to worry about the waste. They have to. It's their problem, not that of the university. Insurance. In the States, it's under Price-Anderson Act. A very cumbersome part of this act for microreactor is that you have to pay not by megawatt, but by reactor. So if it's a big reactor, they pay 1 million a year. I don't know how much, let's say 1 million. A small one will pay 1 million as well. It would make sense. But that's provided by the current act. But as a university, experimental, and the state institution have separate requirements to insurance. According to the current law, the insurance for commercial reactor doesn't make sense. I'm talking about small reactors. And finally, public engagement. Public engagement, yeah. In the campus, we have many pro-nuclear groups that promote nuclear energy. We have our own monthly meetings, also with USNC from time to time. All those from the university government or the city government. It's not us. There is a separate organization, the university, responsible for contacts with the local authorities, and they feed them with information about projects. So that's all the time high on our list of priorities. How both the university and people living around the university know about the project and what's going on. So, how much time do I have? I'm pretty slow, am I? I'm going to tell you about the location, technology, and the fuel and safety. In University of Illinois, another advantage is that it's located between three large cities that have big heavy industry. In Chicago, 200 kilometers, Indianapolis, over 1 million population, St. Louis, very industrialized as well, maybe 250 kilometers. We are sort of in between the small, these big cities. Land-grant universities are those that were land was granted by the federal government for the state to build the university, like the University of Michigan, Ohio, Purdue, Indiana. There are more of those. Most of state universities were created as land-grant university under President Lincoln. 131 million for R&D expenditures for 1 year, 651 buildings, 3,000 faculty. I mean, only those who work as professors, adjuncts, associate professors, and professor, all the technical staff, plus an administrative staff, and so on and so forth. Where are we? If you look at our area from Google Earth, about 15 by 15 kilometers. This is 3 by 3 kilometers, roughly, the campus itself. The building of the Students' Union, which is the center of the campus stretches from here to here, here, and fields. There used to be the trigger reactor, phased out, and proposed site for the new reactor. I live here in this street, right beside the picture. Why we've selected that location? Microreactors make sense only when they are built in municipal areas, agglomeration, close to the recipients. University of London has its own Abbott electric heat plant, gas and coal burned power plant. They generate hot water to build cold water to cool buildings, and electricity. That's their main objective. The reactor must be at where they receive. Why? About 80 kilometers from Champaign, there is a Clinton power plant, 1,000 megawatt. Our will be 10 megawatts. And there were suggestions by the administration and by the local community. Let's build it close to the Clinton power plant, where there's already power plant. Of course, we could do it as an experimental one, but why it doesn't make sense as the final version? Clinton has 1,000 megawatt, this one 10 megawatt. Would it make sense to phase down Clinton and build instead 100 of such small reactors? Not at all. So these small reactors must be close to the recipients. And in our case, Abbott would be the recipient of the heat, whether it be steam, electricity, or other products. Now the technology. I talked about USNC micromodule reactor, MMR. And some of the documents of presentation of IAEA and NEA, microreactor is under separate category. Personally, I don't like it, because it's a small HTGR reactor. And Fiat 126 is a car, and Jelcz, a bus, is a vehicle, or lorry, or car, or truck, or middle-sized car, buses, like Polon's old one, yes, or Syrena, Warszawa from the old years. It's simply Maluch, the baby Fiat, is not in a different category. It's only small. So it's HTGR reactor, which is simply smaller. Other microreactors are sodium-based, lead, but are smaller. So I don't like separate category for it, but it often is in documents. So it's cooled with helium, 3 megapascal, inlet temperature 300 Celsius, outlet 630, and second facility, circuit and secondary melted salt, a mix, natrium and potassium nitrate. So the melting temperature is about 270 Celsius with no up to 600, so it's a good range of temperature. Heat will be stored here, and it will be exchanged to Abbott power plant. It's another drawing or crosscut. Despite the name microreactor, this ours is not that small after all. It's one story. This is 2 stories. So it means the vessel is almost like a 4-story building. A big reactor with low densities only 10 or 15 megawatts. So density of power is small. So you can apply passive capture of heat. Safety. 3 components to it. Natural physics, decay heat, and very robust fuel. Yesterday there was comment how to recycle such fuel. Maybe it's not feasible, but it's not. It's an advantage of this fuel. It was created in order to be not recyclable, to be ready for disposal. Waste. Negative Doppler. All these reactors have it. Fission product retained in an. What's fundamental problem with safety in nuclear power plants is that heat is not a good reactor. Sorry, a coal or gas power plant is also hot. once you switch off the gas or coal. But once it doesn't generate energy, so maybe it can be hot, but it will never raise the temperature. In nuclear power plants or reactors, once switched off, they still produce energy because of the fission by neutrons was switched off within a second, a fraction of a second, but fission of the radioactive products cannot be stopped. It's an exothermal reaction, so it will continue. So right after switch off, the heat from the fission is 6% of the power. Then it's decreasing, like in case of other fission products. It's the curve x to minus 1/5 over a year or two. So it can be easily calculated. In a large reactor, 3,000 megawatt, one day later, it still produces 0.5% of that power, 15 megawatt. Our reactor is of 15 megawatt. So 0.5% of it a day later is 1/10 of a megawatt. Now 1/10 of a megawatt, how many horsepower? HP has a baby Fiat 126. 30? Really? It's like a lawnmower. 24. Really? I thought lawnmowers would be as powerful as that car. It's about 130 HP. An average motor car. Do you worry that the car will melt or burn or blast? It can be air-cooled. With a fan. Second part to safety, type of TRISO, that's the type of fuel. TRISO, a small grain, 0.5 millimeter of uranium dioxide, surrounded by different layers. One is silicon, whatever millimeter, so it's like a grain of sand, and it's packed as pellets of pastels. It's like the end of a thumb. In typical other solutions, this tablet is made of graphite. In our case as well. I'm sorry, there is silicon component. First, I didn't realize, as I see, that the Earth is melting at 1200 degrees Celsius. TRISO is pretty resistant, up to 2000, and SiC melts at 2700. So all will melt before through earth, through concrete. And the second part, on Mohs scale, diamond number 10, this is the hardest materials existing after diamond. So it's a sheet and titanium. SiC is good enough for reactors. Why this reactor? As experimental one, and Maria is an example, is mainly to produce gamma and neutrons. And it's used to radiate for research, for radiopharmaceuticals production and so on. We are not going to do that. Our purpose is that no gamma, no neutrons be produced by this reactor. Our objective is to have fission, all the technologies that we need for the micro-reactors to be a good, safe option and economic and also for waste as energy source globally. So all these others, control, monitoring, grid security, hybrid energy systems, and so on and so forth. So again, our objective is not to produce gamma radiation or neutrons for research, but researching all technologies around microreactor to integrate them into the current energy system. And finally, timetable, the schedule, 6 years till the end of construction is a very optimistic plan, but it assumes that there will be no delays, without delays. Under 104 license, 5052 license commercials are different. Under 104, first we have to present preliminary safety analysis and environmental statement. And then NRC has 2 years for evaluation. We should submit it probably in a year, next spring or next summer, next year. That's 2 years for a review and opinion, but only for construction, not for operation. So let's assume that in 3 years' time we will have a building permit. They promise construction will take a year. During that year, we have to prepare final safety analysis report, and again, NIC will have 2 years to issue an opinion to hook the reactor, to commission the reactor. So, a year now, 2 years later, for NIC, construction for final analysis. Not the 2 years, altogether 6 years. It says that it started in 2021, but in fact, talks with big companies 2 years earlier, 2019, right before the pandemic. And maybe some of you know that there's one more in Chalk River National Lab, where they plan for a reactor. Some cases we are more advanced in some. Chalk River will be the first, University of Illinois second, but we can see that it depends on us and them and not on NRC and the Canadian supervision, so it might go the other way around. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, your question, please. Your questions, please. I'm very interested in what precisely this power and heat plant will get. What will be the parameters? That's simple. I mean, what temperature of steam do you need? What flow? What pressure? These are standard boilers that available in the market for such. They told us it's in documentation. I don't remember exactly, but that's a standard for heat and power plants of this type. Abbott said yes. Provided it's this pressure, this temperature, so we have to supply it. Otherwise, the hookup to other would be the cost of energy store. Well, do you have a foggiest idea? No. They told me I'm not supposed to talk about the cost. It's all approximation. Unfortunately, no matter what costs I would quote, by the end of the day, they will be as they will be. Don't you worry that may be more expensive than the reactor itself? Probably not, because it's a system applied in thermosolar plants. This solution, this is why the salt has been selected, and these vessels and steam generator. That's what's available in the marketplace right now for solar thermal plants. Coming is my name. I still have a question about the size. How much time? An hour, 15 megawatt per hour. To level it. If you need more power, theoretically can go up to 30 megawatt within an hour, then go down to minus 15 in order to charge the heat vessels, and or a constant 15, 10. We've changed it. 10 and 10 received, produced. And my next question is, you were supposed to tell more about the safety and passive reception of heat. Hot helium is removed at the bottom. Could you tell us a few words more about the design of the vessel? Probably not. What, for example? Why the flow goes downwards in pebble bed? It's because pebbles would go up, would flow. Why here? I don't know. But while switching off, the flow can be zero, and still there will be radiation continued and conduction. Conduction, radiation. No convection needed to take the heat when it's switched off, not when the reactor is operating. So that's the limitation. Everything is designed so that convection may be zero when the reactor is switched off to capture the heat. You have to help me with Polish terminology at times. Is it students of who are operators of this reactor, or do you hire professional operators? We haven't hired anyone yet. So what will be there? What eventually happens, I know what happens in other cases. That's probably what we would like to replicate. One operator hired as full-time staffer, plus students, a program for students who may become, so it's a senior reactor operator, full-time, and students who will learn and pass exams be licensed and use the reactor. Most of experimental reactors in the States have such problems, or such modus operandi. But someone has to be employed full-time. Last question, final question. Jarosław Łępicki, how have you solved the question? Is it a threat related to the high pressure of helium? I mean, the threat related to the compression of the gas is the design of the entire building, will it not be blown up? defragment. I don't remember those particular analyses, but if you can see it, this part of the concrete here and there, up until here, must withstand the cracking of any 3 megapascal. That's what we're talking about. This is the limit required. They call it citadel. Thank you very much. I can see there are no more questions. It's been a very interesting presentation, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to finish the session, the last session, final session of our school with great regret. I would like to thank all the presenters, all the participants in the room, and those who are online with us. And would like to thank very much the interpreters who has been with us for all the time and helping us with the course of the entire flow. Thanks to whom? Well, the mic has. Thank you very much. And the official words will be said by the professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, together with Professor Andrzej Strupczewski, old sage of Polish nuclear, who has been almost ever since the beginning, from school number 2 onwards, part of the board of this event. He switched over to me at a certain point very recently. I'd like to thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, for coming, for attending, for having honored us in person and on an online basis. As attendees, more or less active in this period, in the time when nuclear is climbing up the ladder. We can see that it's reflected in your attendance, in your interest. And my special thanks go to 3 categories, anticipating a little bit. Let me mention, in the first place, the organization committee. 2 guys, two co-chairs of the organization committee. I was once caught in a corridor. Someone's calling, "Professor, there is a need to chair, to co-chair yet another edition of the school this year. You 2 gentlemen are responsible. Show up, please." Dr. Alexei Kaszko, whom you've met, the other one being Piotr Kopka, who inspired the enterprise this year by their spontaneous action. We have followed their ideas, and my special thanks extend to Dr.to-be Eleonora Skrzypek, today an MSc still, who presided, who chaired the previous edition. Please join on the stage, yes.
kolegów z mniejszym doświadczeniem, bo oni zaczynali
less experienced colleagues
w tym komitecie organizacyjnym wspierała
were supported by you
cały czas
as part of
od
organization
początku
committee
tej idei,
throughout
najpierw
the
tak drobnymi
idea
kroczkami, a później coraz więcej.
as it developed slowly,
Dziękuję także
and
pani
gradually.
dr Agnieszce
Dr.
Becker.
Agnieszka
Proszę, pani
Becia
Agnieszko, też do nas,
will be
tak.
kind enough to
Najbardziej,
accept my
proszę tu do nas.
thanks,
która,
my words of appreciation.
zajmowała się
She
wieloma
has been
różnymi
in charge
aspektami.
of a
Jeszcze
variety of
wspomnę
aspects.
o tym przy okazji naszych sponsorów.
Let me just mention our sponsors.
Także w naszym komitecie
Our
chciałbym
committee
podkreślić rolę dobrej współpracy z Politechniką Warszawską, a działo się to także
worked
za
based
sprawą
on a good cooperation with
pana
Warsaw
doktora
University of
inżyniera
Technology,
Piotra Darnowskiego.
especially
Panie Piotrze,
Piotr
którego
Darnowski, PhD engineer, whom I tutored for his doctoral thesis, one of the best I've ever read. He provided us with a considerable support. I'm not sure if Dr. Anna Wawrzyńczak-Szaban of our team is present with us still. She's part of our safety analysis team. There are several people that are somewhere in the background, whom you've seen, whom you've met, who've proved helpful to us, including Dominik Muszyński, MSc Engineering, Tomasz Kwiatkowski, Ewelina Kucal, all of them very helpful, very much of assistance. They stepped downstairs, apparently. Plus there is Mr. Maciej Skrzypek, another MSc holder, who, well, who calls for appreciation, yes, as well as the others. Great applause for the organization committee. It's thanks to them that you've gathered here, that you have been invited and could attend these interesting and fruitful sessions. My further thanks extend to those who, well, said that, well, we have a brilliant idea, Professor, please invite gentleman X, lady Y, and I said in response to that, a milieu-based, Polish-based programming committee is needed for the purpose, so let's set it up. So this consisted of the people who facilitated the sessions or who delivered the lecture or presentations. Professor Zakrzewska-Kołtuniewicz. In the first place, thank you very much indeed for your valuable input. Professor Elżbieta Fornalik-Weiss of the Krakow Academy of Mining Metallurgy. Professor Zakrzewska of the Institute of Nuclear Technology. This gives you quite a survey of the Polish circles of nuclear power, constitutive circles. Our dear professor of Sweden/Poland, Wacław Godowski. Welcome again on stage, and thank you very much indeed. He's been quite active in his collaboration with the nuclear industry. As you very well know, as you've heard, Professor Janusz Wojtkowiak of the Poznań University of Technology has been present with us. He has contributed to the development of our program, of the program, of the agenda of the school. The professor representing the Warsaw University of Technology. Dr. Darnowski has co-organized, has contributed logistically to the enterprise, to the project. Professor Niwiński, absent right now. Thank you very much indeed. Please accept my thanks. Professor Rafał Laskowski, same thing. He has been, again, revoked, yeah, by his probably busy delivering lectures or having classes with the students. Last but not least, our last speaker, Professor Tomasz Kozłowski, did help us too.
Szanowni Państwo, nie byłoby tej szkoły, ponieważ wszyscy Państwo
This project
przyszliście
wouldn't have been carried out if not
bez żadnych
for,
opłat rejestracyjnych.
well, without registration fees or so on. So such a project would not have been feasible, would have been carried out without inputs from you, like fees or charges. Let me repeat. If not for the generosity of the industry, nuclear industry, I mean, and associated industries, all sectors. In particular, the following companies require mention, starting from financial input. The platinum sponsor, the greatest of all financially, is GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy International LLC. Do we have a representative with us? Can't see, but still, we'll definitely send to our generous sponsor our special thanks. I know that the gentlemen, chairman, presidents are very busy all year round, and they couldn't reach us in time. Some of them. Another platinum sponsor of this event is Orlen Synthos Green Energy Limited Liability Company. There they are on the poster. You can see the banners all around Poland. Small atom, great thing. Oh, great business, if you like. Do we have a representative of Orlen Synthos Green Energy with us? I would like to highlight great involvement of the platinum sponsors. The golden sponsor, the gold sponsor is PPEJ Orlen SA. I know that there is no representative available with us, but they at least deserve mention. Yes, they do. Another gold sponsor is Westinghouse Electric, Poland. Another limited liability company, the ones who are building the very basics of the NPPP. Do we have a representative with us? Can't see. But let me pay the due honor to them. Another gold sponsor is Framatomses. Do we have Romuald with us? Oh yes, there he is. Romuald, join us please. We would like to thank you warmly, all of you, I mean, on behalf of the organization committee, and thank you very much indeed for your great cooperation. Maybe next time we carry a poster with us. You can always join our YouTube project, so our YouTube report, if you like. So we'll take care of it, don't you worry. Yet another sponsor, silver one this time, Korea Hydronuclear Power Company, Ltd. Where's the representatives? The gentlemen have apparently disappeared. Anyway, thank you very much, sirs. And the Great thanks to this particular entity, so much involved in Poland nowadays. The silver sponsor, ECHO, SPZOO. Here's the chairman. Great, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor and pleasure to me, really. So nice to listen to you. Yeah, I liked the presentation too, very much. Keep up. There's much to do, oiling, lubricating, you know, much to do around the reactors. So we are open for inputs. You have initiated the thing. A silver sponsor is PPEJ, Limited Liability Company, the Polish NPPs in a rough translation. That's the name of the company. Will honor you. As appropriate, we'll send our thanks to you. As I tried to organize the lectures, the presentations, I called them and said to them, there is no nuclear without grid. So Polish Power Grid, Polskie Sieci Energetyczne S.A., a joint stock company, is present, has been present with us, even though we can't hear or see a representative right now. Yet another sponsor, UDT, in the supervisory office. We have a representative with us. Bravo, applause.
Pojawiło się, czy będą w kosmosie też UDT działało, żartobliwe, ale
we'll see whether that will work in space too.
To, co pan powiedział tutaj o
in that space.
windach na samym początku,
The thing about
duże wrażenie,
lifts,
że my nie doceniamy
escalators
właśnie
was impressive to me. We sometimes underestimate the role of your office. So, okay, not to keep you too long here in this room, let me once again warm-heartedly and cordially thank you all for your participation, for attendance, headsets, if anyone used them, mics, whatever, have to be returned to where they belong. Thanks very much the interpreters once again in the booth. Thank you the televising crew and everyone else involved and contributing for their valuable inputs. Please feel free to cooperate with the industry, with NCPJ, with and all representatives of our sector, of the sector of our interest. 11 graduates of the Poznan University of Technology. Maybe they will mentioned in one of the lectures. Maybe they could rejoin the nuclear in Poland or elsewhere. Would be not missing the point. Would be not that bad for them and for the nuclear. Yeah. The 11th school is now officially concluded. Thank you very much indeed. See you soon, sooner or later. Just to mention Professor Dąbrowski, he hasn't been thanked yet. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Dąbrowski. Without him, without his involvement, without his contribution, this project would not have been the case. Thank you very much indeed, Professor and his team. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. You were about to turn up, yes, and I didn't mention you. Sorry. Now it's okay and all right with everyone, I guess. Innovation and implementations. This is the field of charge for him at the NCBJ. Thank you very much again.